So. Anyway. Longdeath continues. On year 320. I was right when someone asked yesterday. I'm like, what year is Longdeath on? I was like, 320? 315 years old is the save. We are going to be fixing some oopsies that I made the last time, because the last time I streamed, I was very tired. So TLDR, I'm trying to destroy this tower, and we were having a problem. And the problem was pretty drastic, which was phantom cave-ins, which were killing dwarves. It was quite literally killing dwarves. So then I tried to just cave the whole thing in, but it didn't work as well as I thought, and kind of knocked a hole in this. So there's no lava just pouring out of the tower and into here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down to the bottom of this, and we are going to drain some of it out. We're just going to go down to the bottom of this, and we're going to drain some of it out. I'm going to let the dwarves keep on doing what they're doing up on the top side, but we're going to drain some of this lower level out so that it's safer, and then we can just go in and steal stuff, because that's going to be the... I was going to try dumping water in on it, but I honestly, in case of just pull lever. Let's drain some of it out, which is what we're going to do. The current living dwarves are Pilot, Radio Free Olive, Jackneric, LaFonda, Quevenair, Art, Vimamel, Arch, Tygo, Whitcode, Corvius, Defcom, Massive, Peter, Tiny Goliath, Free, Taurus, Ghost, Seeker, Knowles, Max, Blue Water, Listless Onion, Animal, Alien Slayer, Zindros, Vinsati III, Diamond Destruct, The Squid, and Lumpy. You are indeed alive. Hi, Freeways. What's up, man? I hope you have been well. So we're going to pull in a case of and we are going to drain some lava. Yeah, you died a while back. I would be hard-pressed to know what actually killed you, because you died a while ago. I'd have to go back and look. But dwarves die of old age all the time, and we've had some accidents recently with deconstructing things. So it's been tough for a bit. Does the mayor want anything? No. No. Yeah, because if I remember correctly, your dwarf was a merchant, and I do remember your dwarf dying. Although I might be incorrect on that. But yeah, so we are going to hopefully pull this lever in a reasonable amount of time. And Lumpy's chained up? Not sure why. Oh, right. Yeah, Lumpy was tantruming. Lumpy actually feels repentant. Maybe this will improve you. How much longer are you going to be in prison for, Lumpy? 40 more days? Previously, your times in prison have just made you worse. So hopefully this helps. Yeah, you were a merchant. Merchants generally don't live very long, because merchants are usually like past halfway through their life by the time they join the fortress. So it's not super surprising that they wouldn't live too long. So it's unfortunate, but it is to be expected. The time for a dwarf is so short. But how we doing, Freeways? How's things? Also, it is early summer, for anybody who is wondering, and we're going to watch this lava drain a little bit. It's not going to drain too quick, but I am going to need to drain quite a bit out of here. Actually, I wonder. Huh. I thought that all of the stuff in here was just hidden, but I guess we actually carved it out. All right, well, anyway, we can drain that. So that's going to start doing its thing, and then if we fly up, up, to this is the area we need to go into seal. So what I'm working on doing is I'm working on redirecting some water into here, so that we can fix this a little bit while I let that drain. Because it'll drain, but it won't drain super quick. I mean, it's draining, basically. So we'll let it do its thing. So whichever finishes first. What I might end up doing. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna let it drain. We'll just do it this way. I've got it all sealed off, which is fine. We're going to just deconstruct all of this. Deconstruct all of this. Maybe not the flooring, just the walls. Cancel that. And then we are just going to fill in the floor pieces. That's all that we're going to do. Because that seems significantly simpler. To just wait for it to drain enough and then fill it with what it needs. So because we do have a lot of unnamed merchants, if anybody would like a dwarf, or if anybody wants to check in with their dwarf, just give me a shout if you heard your name called. Normal Longdeathy things are still going on. We're down to 26 dwarves, which is kind of unfortunate due to the recent accidents. We lost about 4 dwarves. But we do have 47 dwarves in the fort, meaning today is probably going to be mostly a dwarven breeding day, where we are going to try and keep dwarves alive. And yeah, that's the plan going forward. How's your youngster doing? Probably still being a youngster. Blissful after sleeping in a fantastic bedroom, and the creator of Geinstorlet. You are a legendary bone carver. No, it has not been 50 years. It's been about 5. No, it's been about 10, actually. You need to wait until 370. Fast type. Or 360. Never feels hatred towards anyone or anything on Vinsati. Feels helping others is an imposition on his time and is often sad and dejected. These two things are not connected, I swear. Does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. You're asking me a question I do not have an answer for, Heckenred, so why ask me a question I don't have an answer for? Because unfortunately, I do not have an answer for you. So all of my answers would simply be guesses. Or incorrect. Most likely incorrect. Nope. No, there is no news out. And even if there was, you would already know it, and you wouldn't need to ask me. It's sorry if I seem irritated on the subject, but like people ask me all the time as if I have some magical, mystical knowledge of when Steam DF is going to be out. I'm just I'm just a person like you. I have no idea. I guess the answer is if you don't know, then I probably don't know. No, I made Odd Realm and Parkitect. Come on, please. That is a very deep cut to an old reference to a random person in my chat that we messed with for a very long time. The Parkitect one. Years ago. Years and years and years ago. This was like, I don't know, fucking 2016 on this channel. Good news, Dwarf has given birth to a boy, which we'll do and deal with in a second. This recording's still on my YouTube channel. I had Garrett, who's the artist on Parkitect, on my stream while I was playing Parkitect, and I was just we were just talking about Parkitect and playing the game, and it was a great stream overall. But around halfway through that stream, somebody popped into the chat and asked me, and said, "Oh, I didn't know Blind made Parkitect," and then started asking me directly all sorts of questions about the development, and the artist just started DMing me. Garrett just started DMing me like answers to those questions. And we kept this going for like a solid 20 minutes. We just like collectively agreed to screw with this guy. And like, you know, there was like maybe 30 people watching the stream. And it was like a guy who actually like did all the art for the game and all of the visual design and and a lot of the game balance and design. He works with a programmer, but just started feeding me the information to answer this guy's questions. It was very funny. So anyway, also Critty, what's up? It's good to see you. Yeah, anyway. So we just had a baby boy. Dastot, the merchant, has given birth to a boy. So we have a brand new baby boy in the fortress. If anybody would like to be the brand new baby boy in Longdeath, let me know. Raise your hand in chat right now and you can have it. This is a child that will probably, hopefully, assuming they don't go completely insane, will live for the next 6 months to a year in the fort. Axon can have it unless there's somebody who hasn't had a name before who wants it. Hold on. I'm going to do some research. Iron statue. 1. D. Enter. Historical figure. Axon. You've had 2. Okay. Gold. Gold Pokes had 3. Critty's had 1. Okay, Critty's winning. Nano Chips had 0. Unless I spelt that wrong. Yeah, it looks like Nano Chip hasn't had one before, so we'll give it to Nano. But, like I said, if you guys still would like dwarves, there are plenty of merchants that I can give you. Nano Chip is one of us. He is the son of Dastot, and Ashmil Glit gleams. I don't know what a glit is, and I don't know why it's gleaming, but I find that sentence distressing. He is a worshipper of the Spear of Incineration and a casual worshipper of the fuchsia. Born today, which makes him very young indeed. His hair is extremely sparse, and his short sideburns are neatly combed. His long mustache is neatly combed, and his medium-length beard is arranged in double braids, as it should be. His medium-length hair is arranged in double braids, and he has a very deep voice, and his nose bridge is convex. His close-set cobalt eyes have large irises, and his nose is slightly upturned. His head is somewhat broad, and his hair is ecru, and his skin is sandy taupe. He is incredibly tough. You'll take a merchant, Critty? Noted. That'll be Critty number 3. He personally feels those who attempt to conceal their emotions are vain and foolish, and sees perseverance in the face of adversity as bullheaded and foolish. Do you want to be Nano Chip's mom or dad, Critty? He is utterly humorless and is very greedy, and has a noticeable lack of perseverance. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and is trusting. Doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in the day-to-day living, and tends to be passive in discussions, and tries to keep things orderly, and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances because he's a baby, and occasionally overindulges. He has a sense of duty and can handle stress. Absolutely. Great. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Sure. Alrighty. Let's give you the dad. Crit... 3. He feels adoration after becoming a parent and blissful after becoming a parent. He is 97 years old. Nice, middle-aged, little like you're about 50 for a dwarf, I would say. 45 for a dwarf. Born on the 2nd of Opal on the year 223. His hair is crinkly, and his very long sideburns are braided. Crinkly, that's rare. And his mustache is neatly combed, and his very long beard is neatly combed. His very long hair is braided, and his close-set cobalt eyes have very large irises. His nose bridge is concave, and his small-lobed short ears have flattened eyelashes. And I'm just adjusting some background sounds. Where was I? He personally finds the idea of loyalty, he personally is disgusted by the idea of loyalty and finds maintaining decorum a silly, fumbling waste of time. Sees merrymaking as a waste and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of his considerations and lives an orderly life, organized and neat. Is often discouraged and does not often feel lustful. He can have an active imagination and he is rarely happy or enthusiastic and is quite polite, though he is troubled by this natural tendency in himself since he finds dignified society to be stifling and silly. I feel that. Glit, said like guilty, means gold leaf or gold paint. Huh. Glit gleams? Like, I mean, glit is like glitter, right? That's what I thought the word glit was. Like, it comes from glitter. Does not often feel lustful, and he has an active imagination, and is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and is quite polite, though he is troubled by this natural tendency in himself, since he feels dignified society to be stifling and silly, and when properly considered. He is grateful when others help him out, and tries to return favors, does not easily fall in love, and rarely develops positive feelings. He is brave in the face of imminent danger, and is moved by art and natural beauty. Seems like a good dwarf. All right. Did anybody else want a merchant? You could be Nano's mom, and then you could have it going on. All right. Well, Free still depressed. Free has been utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is her tragic life for a very long time, but hasn't tantrumed once. So, it's fine. You just occasionally suffer from a minor case of major panic attacks. But fortunately, that's an infrequent major case of minor panic attacks. Which is the best kind of minor case of major panic attacks, is infrequent major panic attacks. Huh. The more you know. Thank you for the education on language. How much is drained? Not a ton. Well, some has. What's the status of this? 7 of 7. It's draining pretty quick. Draining pretty quick. I mean, I'm going to need to fix the king's sleep chambers anyway, so maybe we could do it this way. By sleep chambers, I mean the king's tomb, which is kind of what I dropped the big old rock tower thingy through, so, you know, I'm sure he's thrilled about that. Thrilled. Absolutely thrilled. As well as, you know, a bunch of rocks and boulders and things. So if I do this and seal off this, I could probably just build a wall here and then build a wall here once that's destroyed. But let's see if I can destroy that floor first. Let's do this one at a time. Oh no, the lava's spreading. This is not brilliant. Taurus, don't catch fire. I swear to God, if you catch fire, I will be very disappointed in your future ability to not die. Because if you catch fire, you'll just die, and it's simple as that. So please don't catch fire. You have one job here, don't catch fire. Don't catch fire, don't catch fire, don't catch fire, don't catch fire, don't catch fire! You didn't catch fire. Shoutouts to not catching fire. Fuck. Well, at the very least, you didn't catch fire. I'm sad. I'm very, very sad. Also, now the King's Tomb is slowly filling up with lava. It's just oopsie after oopsie after oopsie, and I can't catch a fucking break. Jesus. Peter got reelected. I don't know why. Because all of these oopsies are happening under Peter's management. I was thinking to myself, we can just build this really quickly and no one will notice and it'll be fine. Nope. All right, let's see if we can get these quickly placed in. Come on, dwarves. Yeah, all right, well. At least we got that sealed. We'll fix it again later, I guess. We'll fix it again later, I guess. And also, can we fill this in with diorite, please? And let's time to go trade with the humans. See what the humans want to sell us. We got lots of clothing to sell them, so. So anybody got any plans for this weekend? I'm gonna go visit my Oma, and I have a tape deck, and no, not a tape deck. I have an amplifier and a CD player to pick up. That's my plan for tomorrow. Is I'm gonna go visit my Oma and collect CD player and an amplifier. Family's coming to visit. Hell yeah. Hopefully it's the tolerable kind of family and not the, oh God, family's coming to visit kind of family. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you've ever experienced that, but I'd certainly have parts of my family where it's, do I have to see that person? And then there's parts of my family where it's like, fuck yeah, I get to see that person. This is the good kind. Good shit, man. Also, some of you may find this interesting. It doesn't look like they sent a royal merchant. Also, there's only one of 2 factions. So, yep. They're still sending us tribute, supposedly. Good luck with the whacking of the weeds. Now, are you currently lacking a weed whacker, or did something happen to your old weed whacker? You know, that's one part of me that I don't miss about, that I like about living in the city is not having to cut lawns. Like, I know some people who've, like, grown up in the city and spent their whole life in the city and have never had to, like, mow lawn, but I think I've mowed more than my fair share of lawn in my time on Earth. Like, most people I know are just like, yeah, I mowed the lawn once or something, but it's like, for me, it was every weekend. It was every weekend for a very long time. So a human just tripped going down the ramp. That's sketchy. More ghosts, or was that an honest trip? Last one didn't work well. I get you. Was it one of the like cheap Chinese ones with an electric motor that just like you kind of plug them in and they charge and then they sort of work for a bit? My dad had one of those for a bit, and then he had a really nice one. I always wanted to use the really nice one, but unfortunately the really nice one was too heavy for me when I was younger. My dad also had this absolutely incredible cast iron lawnmower, which was great. Someone give him a drink of dwarven ale. Yeah, he'll need it to like get the pain out of his knees. He'll certainly need it. All right, so Peter is conducting a meeting. So after the meeting has been conducted, a 2-ton lawn ornament? Oh, it was heavy. The fucker was heavy. But no, it was a lawnmower. Well, let's see if I can find a picture of a similar one. But it was certainly heavy. Actually, it looked pretty similar to this. Different engine, though. But the body looked very similar to this. But yeah, this whole chunk was cast iron. It's heavy as fuck, but it was so efficient. The thing was a goddamn monster. Could cut through anything. Although, this is going to give away just how far out in the country I lived. Before we could cut the lawn, and we cut the lawn every weekend usually in the summer. Before we could cut the lawn, and this was usually my job, and I'd get $20 to do this. It would take me about an hour, and I'd have to go around the entire yard and shovel bear shit. Because let me tell you, you want to know what the worst thing in the entire goddamn planet is? Is cutting weeds with a weed whacker and then hitting a bear pie. That is the worst. The worst smell, the worst feeling, the worst thing to have stuck to your socks. Yeah, so before we would cut the grass or weed eat, we would have to spend a solid 30 minutes to an hour scouting around in the longer weeds, shoveling bear shit, and throwing it into blackberry bushes or areas where we wouldn't be cutting. You don't want to hit a bear pie with a weed eater, especially if you're just wearing socks, because you'd never get that smell off your knees. What, having to shovel bear shit or the cast iron lawnmower? Which one is straight out of the Fallout universe? Also, I'm thinking about deconstructing this whole area and making it into a covered walkway instead of a indoor area, which is actually really easy for me to do. So I'm going to do that. Oh, those are all constructed? All right, well, I can work on that. Why would it be insulting to say that I lived in the country? It was beautiful. We had a lovely view. And it wasn't in the boonies. I just live in Canada. 20 minutes outside of any major city in any direction, you'll have that here. Because we live in the middle or on the edge of a mountain range. The bears go up to the top of the mountains in the winter. It would be like somebody in Florida running into a crocodile. I mean, or an alligator. It just kind of happens. You know, it's like all of those videos you see on the internet of people with alligators in their pool. It's like, why the fuck's there an alligator in your pool? Well, you live close to a swamp, right? It's just like here. Why the fuck's there bear poop everywhere? Because you live close to a mountain. It's not actually the fucking boonies. It was 20 minutes outside of town. So were bears. I have them. Would I see them out the window? Yep, 3-4 times a day. They just walk by. I mean, like, bears are creatures of habit, right? And we have things around here called bear trails. Because the bears take the exact same route every day, and you can see them come by at clockwork. Mama will come by in the day, in the morning. Like, hold on a second. Let me just dig into my old Facebook photo. Because when I deleted my Facebook account, I downloaded all the photos and shit. Let me just go dig into that for a second. Let me see if I can find you a photo. Let me see. Okay, well, first off, this is an old photo. This was taken in like 2008. That's the view from the house that I grew up in. So there's that. That's the Fraser River totally frozen, by the way. But that was my front porch. That was a fun winter. But outside of those photos, where's the bear photos? Because I know for a fact I have bear photos. I just have to find them. The problem is like they're buried in a whole bunch of personal photos. So I don't want to just stream going through these. Oh hey, it's the kitten that I used to live with when my ex lived with me. He grew up and got really fat. He was a stupid cat. But let me see if I can find this. Because I do have a copy of this photo. Somewhere. And they're not even remotely organized. Yeah, I'm not finding it now. But somewhere around here, I have a picture of a bear on my driveway. Maybe I moved it. Where could it have gotten moved to? Oh, there it is. This is a very old photo. That was on my driveway. They'd show up there every day at about noon. We were just outside doing stuff outside, and it was just there. The dog was going apeshit, though. Snow is lovely for about 3 days. And then fuck snow. Yeah, it's small bear. It's black bear. Those are the ones that we'd have to shovel this shit for. Oh, same view in the summer. Also very old photo, so it's tiny resolution. It was like 2008, 2009 photo. Actually, no, it's the new railing, so that would have been 2012. I don't know why that photo is so bad. Merchants will be leaving soon. Oh, here's the higher resolution version of that photo. There you go. There's bear. Different photo, actually, but higher resolution one. There's bear. Bears are happy as long as they have food, and as long as they're not between you and food. The second bear is between you and food, you have problem. So make sure that bear's not between you and food, and bear don't care. This is the higher resolution version of the same photo. That one. That one. Well, the thing is, bears don't discriminate where they poop. They will just poop anywhere. I need someone who can conduct sales who's not constantly in meetings. I mean, I was like pretending to be the verbiage of the bear. Also, you don't know if it's a he. I'm pretty sure that's actually a female. That was a young female, I think. Could be mistaken, but that one was too small to be a male. The boys have bigger shoulders. Proximity? Well, obviously not anymore. Okay, the humans left before we could trade. Did they? Generally, we would give them, like, we would know what time they would come inside. We'd usually go inside if we knew that they were coming. We had a standard poodle who was pretty good at being an alarm dog for when they would show up. And so when we knew that they were going to show up, we would just make sure to be kind of outside, like either out of their route or inside when they came by. But there were obviously times where we were outside with them outside too. Anyone hyped for Axon's terrible jokes? Crickets? Yeah, that's what I thought. How's the draining doing? It's draining. Slowly. I'm just trying to figure out why you're fat shaming the bear. All right, still trying to figure out how I'm going to deconstruct this tower. No, I'm good. I don't need to look at that link. I'm good. You can explore your org. Just leave bears alone. That's the main thing that I've learned about my time being around bears. Just leave them alone. That's what I tried doing, and it caused oopsies. So I really would rather not do that anymore. Because they are not constructed, they are dug out. So I need to channel them. I've already collapsed all the constructed bits, so I have to channel them, or they will not actually collapse. They'll only go down one layer at a time and knock holes in my floor, like this hole in my floor. So I'd rather not have more holes in my floor. Sure. Am I the only person who really dislikes all of the various terms for overweightness that we have these days? Like thick, chonking. Like, I don't know why. I find them mildly distressing for some odd reason. And I can't quite put my finger on what it is. It's like, I don't think they're funny. I don't think they're cute. I don't think they're endearing. I think they just kind of feel icky to me. And I don't know what it is. It's like people get all weird about fat cats and how cute they are. And it's like, you do realize that cats have heart problems too, right? Like, it's not good for cats to be overweight. Do they feel like useless words? I don't know if they feel like useless words necessarily, but they feel like a lot of Zoomer humor where it's just like, this is just kind of nonsense. Sure, I guess they're cute words for obesity. And as somebody who is skinny and has always had troubles gaining weight of any kind, and generally believes that the human obesity epidemic is a bad thing, why are we trying to make them cute? Because they're still a bad thing. Like, shouldn't we just call it what it is? You know, I don't know. It's just, it perplexes me. Like, for some reason, though, like, I'm not going to stop people from saying them. Like, you're more than welcome to. I don't understand the point, I guess. But I guess it's kind of the same reason that I don't understand why people censor the word heck. Censor using the word heck, because all that's happening is the word heck is becoming a swear word now. It's like, oh, I don't want to say fuck. Well, all right. You might as well have just said fuck, because we know what you're trying to say, even though you're not allowed to say it. So I don't fully get it. But then again, this is just getting old, right? Where like people who are younger or understand the kids better will start using words that will just confuse you. It's just called getting old, yeah. No. Bears get fat for the winter. That's what they do. I guess the time that it actually bothers me is when I see people talking about how cute their cats are because they're like, oh, it's chunky or something. And it's like, no, you don't want your cat to be fat because your cat's going to have a heart attack. And that's awful. Right? You should feed your cat better. Like, to me, like, it directly correlates with animal abuse or accidental animal abuse, which is most animal abuse. It's like people that aren't intentionally trying to hurt their animals, but letting your animals become overweight is an issue. You use non-curse words to indicate things that are truly bad or go wrong? Why? All you're doing is making non-curse words. I mean, okay, crap is a birthday cake, right? Or crap is a birthday cake. Crap is a curse word, right? It's a mild curse word, but it's still a curse word. So saying "oh crap" is swearing by like that standard. However, saying "oh fuck" is a worse swear word. So what I'm suggesting would be saying "oh heck" as a replacement. That's what I'm suggesting. That's what I don't understand. Or when people are like, heck, it's like, well, why don't you just say fuck at that point? Like, because you're quite literally just censoring another word. So you're just bestowing meaning of the word heck as fuck. So now the word fuck to me just means heck. It's like, if you're going to remove a curse word from your vocabulary, remove the curse word. Don't just replace the curse word with a different curse word, because that's all that you're doing at that point, is replacing the curse word with a completely different curse word. Yeah, exactly, like, shucksky doodles, or shiitake mushrooms. Just say shit, because shiitake mushrooms is now just gaining the meaning of the word shit. You know? It's like, if you're going to remove something from your vocabulary, remove it from your vocabulary. And I fully I've done that. Like, there's plenty of words I used to use a lot when I was in, like, high school and shit that I don't use anymore because I've removed them from my vocabulary. But see, you're not removing the word from your vocabulary. Also, who the fuck says off fart? What? Are we in grade school? They gave you so much shit. That's silly. Drat is a legitimate word to say. I don't know. I don't understand that. Replacing curse words with non-curse words in the same vocabulary pattern makes it into a curse word. Because like there's actually there's some really interesting studies out there if you go digging into them about curse words. Or it's just like saying a curse word actually gives us a dopamine hit in a particular part of our brain because we are designed to have curse words. To the point where just using them in that format in a sentence is enough to give you that dopamine hit. So for some people, you kind of have to curse at times because it's just a dopamine hit. I guess we're all just adrenaline junkies. Huh. The more you know. Stone? Yes. Axon. Yes. Which is why I say just say the least offensive actual curse word and be like a big kid should. just always say the least offensive actual swear word you can get away with. Centered, center. Are you on a different keyboard than normal, Stone? Because I can feel that sentence. All right, so what's beneath this? I can just deconstruct this, not all of this. And I can also channel in this. Please don't cave in. That's all I have to say is please don't cave in. I am simple dwarf. Please don't cave in. I'm also noticing a slight issue here. This is fine. We can fix this. All right. Got one more of these to do. You right there. Actually, let's just get rid of this corner tile because we don't need it. Why are you just sitting here, animal? Buzzard was fighting with Pilot, and Pilot fell, but was okay. Apparently they're dive bombing these dwarves up here. And playing Warsim. Yay, Warsim. How's the combat update, Stone, if I can ask? Because I haven't tried it since that big combat overhaul came out. Forgot about that game. It's still a good game. Still one of the best games to play with one hand I've ever played. Which sounds dirty, but isn't. It's actually just a compliment. All right, we can mine that out later. They're more like the Snake/Arena battles now. Oh, interesting. Lost Flame updates once or twice a year, so that's to be understanded. But, you know, that game's pretty complete for what it is. There is a Ultimate Adom Caverns of Chaos update, though, oddly enough. Wonder what's in that update. Traps have been changed. Still one of my most shameful sponsorships I've ever accepted. I really should go back and actually beat a run of Ultimate Adom. Because I'm sure I could. I mean, that's part of the fun of being an adult, right? Gold Poke, you could be like, that sounds dirty. And then just go on with your day. Rather than having to stop and feel bad about it like a little kid would, right? All right, how's the lava draining doing? This thing drains really slowly considering how much there is. But yeah, we'll just let it drain down to here. And then once it's drained down to here, I will go in here and seal this all off. And then we'll fill her back up. So that's the plan for today, is to empty out the lava and then fill her back up. Yeah, there's a few games that haven't gotten updates that I'm sad about, but you know, it is what it is. And it's part of life, right? It is just part of life. Yeah, I'm not seeing leaderboards anywhere on Twitch. That's very strange to me. I really wish I knew what this problem was, because I like to see my leaderboards. I'm not even sure what I'm going to put here. I might just put nothing here once this is done being deconstructed. I might just put nothing here. Blue Water has given birth to a boy, Tubal. Anybody want to be a brand new boy? Nope. I already checked that twice. 3 times even. It's not FFZ. They're just not working. I wonder if they work on Chrome. Hold on. I'm going to open up a different browser. Actually, let's open up yeah, Chrome. See what Chrome gives me. Yep, 2 babies. Chrome really wants me to sign into Twitch. There we go. Yeah, I can't see them on Chrome either. So I don't know what the fuck's going on, but I don't see them on Chrome either. You know what? We'll give it to Axon. Axon the 4th. Was that right? Axon 4, A New Hope. He is the son of Bluewater and Tiny Goliath, and is a worshipper of Shistik, and a devious worshipper of Shistik, and a worshipper of Shistik. He was born today, which makes him very young indeed. 3rd? Oh. His sideburns are clean shaven, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His long beard is arranged in double braids, and his medium-length hair is neatly combed. His very low cheekbones. He has very low cheekbones, and his nose bridge is somewhat concave. His hair is a crew, and his skin is sandy taupe, and his eyes are cobalt. He personally is completely put off by the concept of idea of friends, and views loyalty unfavorably. So hates friends and doesn't like loyalty. Real rebel, this one. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Finds helping others very emotionally rewarding. Axon, remind me when you grow up to make you the chief medical doctor. Which you like being anyway, so it fits. Sounds like a real team player, yeah, totally. Isn't particularly curious about the world and has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others. Is slow to anger and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He is assertive and is very humble. Doesn't often feel envious of others and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. And he is quite polite and enjoys the company of others. Make your damn mind up, Dwarf. And prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. Tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions and is generally quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and needs alcohol to get through the working day. And does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. What a dwarf. What a fucking child. Up to 28 dwarves. My hope is we get up to 30 today. That's my hope. Actually seems more like a team player dwarf beyond, like, once they grow up a bit. But speaking of curse words, how do you feel about people using things like AF as opposed to just in text? You mean like saying AF instead of as fuck? I don't like abbreviations of things, just in general. I don't get irritated by them. I think that they're lazy. Mostly because, like, I used a lot of abbreviations when I had a phone where in order to text, I had to hit the button 3 times to get to the right letter. In those days, abbreviations made sense. We've moved beyond that as a society. And if you have a full keyboard in front of you, fucking type. And if you have a phone and you can't fucking type, then just use SwiftKey or something or voice to text. It's like, it's not that hard to just type in the whole word. So just fucking type in the whole word. And so, for me, it's just do I care? No, not really, but I will judge you. Will I think less of you? Yes. Do I think less of you if you do that frequently? Yes. Like, just make a little bit of effort and just type the whole word in. It's not that difficult. Am I a bad person for thinking that? Probably. It's how I feel, so. I mean, that wasn't really a rant. I'm a big fan of bannerims. More like... Well, I mean, like, LOL is an abbreviation, right? Which we all use. But, like, I guess for me, like, the main, like, knee breaker with it is this. If I type in this, what am I talking about? Because I think power over Ethernet. If I type in this, what do you think I'm talking about? Because I think DS is in Nintendo DS dual screen. A lot of people will incorrectly think that I'm talking about Dark Souls, which is not true. I'm actually talking about Nintendo DS. And that's why I don't like acronyms, is because half the time I have to ask you what you're talking about anyway. Anyway. It's like I understand the purpose of them, but we've moved beyond their use as a society, and they are now more just an annoyance than helpful. It's kind of the same reason I'm annoyed by emojis. Just don't be lazy. I mean, DF is fair because it's on topic, right? Also, Taylor, it's good morning. I mean, like, I have a playlist on my YouTube channel called COE5, which is the Conquest of Elysium VODs that I post. But I won't title the videos COE5. I will title them Conquest of Elysium. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not anywhere near as bothered by acronyms as I think I maybe lead on, but I do wish people would just grow up and cease to use them because we don't need them anymore. They serve their purpose. We're kind of beyond that, IMO. So I don't know. You speak the way you want to speak. Sure. But then just, word things better? I mean, you're a teacher, right, Goldpoke? So, like, word things better. Better wording's important. We're being invaded by cheese. Chat room. Evil Trick and Raiders. How are you? How's things? I sent you a thing in your DMs. I don't know if you saw it. You might already have it, but they sent me an extra, so. Chat room, hello everybody. Welcome to a little bit of Dwarfs and Babbling. I'm playing Dwarf Fortress. This is a complicated game that Evil Trick would love if he actually played it. I swear. I am currently draining lava out of this central tube to fix an oopsie that I made. Yeah. Fix an oopsie. Long story short, I dumped a bunch of lava where it shouldn't be. So we're trying to remove it. The lava is not supposed to be there. So it's all been walled off. We are in the process, and also walled off here. We are in the process of fixing the hole that I put in the floor there, which is draining the lava. Because I kind of toppled a tower over. Anyway, if you don't know Evil Trick, you should go watch Evil Trick in his streams. Also, if you just type in Trick Cheese in my chat, my bottle gave you beer. Or wine, rather, not beer. But go watch Evil Trick. Evil Trick is fun. And I think we'll be playing some more StarCraft on Monday, won't we? Autumn has come. Grab your papers. But thank you very much for the raid, man. Seriously, helps a lot. Is this one of those do as I say, not as I do situations? Where it's like, use correct grammar and wording. Also, lol, IDGAF. I don't give a fuck. You got gotten by the cheese? Are you saying you didn't cheese the cheeser? I'm offended by your lack of ability to cheese, Mr. Cheese. But fair enough. It really is. It's such a sociopathic, I'm a shoot you in the head level of cheese. Let go oopsie. I mean, oopsies in Dwarf Fortress are a well-documented event. It's the, I pulled, what does this lever do again? And then suddenly your fort is full of lava and you're like, oh. Where are you going? Oh, right. All the way up there. I'm going to take that whole walkway down, I think. Because I don't want them taking this route. Put the dwarfs in the bag and nobody gets hurt. Put the gremlins in the bag and nobody gets dwarfed. Can I ask who it was, Evil Trick? Curious if it's somebody I know. Let me know when you're ready for me to scroll, Stone. Yeah, exactly. No, I completely understand that. Kiri doesn't play StarCraft, so I don't think so. What's this, CCX? Ooh. Does that say clock? I'm trying to figure out what that letter says. I think that's an L. American Red IPA. Hobo would like that. Hobo loves the red IPAs. Coconut Games? No, not somebody I know then. I do watch quite a bit of StarCraft, but... Oh, you mean like Pog? Or word? Or do you, when you say Twitch pseudo words, do you mean things like this? Do you mean stuff like this? Because to me, that's an emote. Like if I type in cat bag bag, I don't see the word cat bag bag. I see that. Or Keck W. Yeah, we see I'm stupid. Those are emotes that are only seen with extension. So. Yeah, just like Bezos Pog. I don't know what that word is, but all right, bruh. I was late scrolling because I was typing in emotes. Apologies. I scrolled. Oh, like Kappa? Well, that's an emote, though. But that just pops up as an emote. That's not a pseudo word. That's an emote. I try my best to keep that out of my vocabulary, though. Sometimes it slips in there when I'm sleepy. No, the emotes do, like PogChamp or Kappa or, you know, Bezos Pog. You know, I knew this girl who I worked with at my at the last location that I worked at when I worked in fast food. Um, I was thinking about outing her name for a second. I'm not gonna out her name. Jesus, this is gonna take a while. Where are you? I don't even see you. Top left. Well, this one's gonna take a while. Anyway, I worked with this girl, and she used to talk like that. Every sentence that she would say would end with some form of Twitch emote or word or like Kappa or Pog or Poggers or Keck or whatever, like all of like the pseudo emotes and the actual emotes and all that shit. Like literally, or yeet, everything that she said would end in some sort of one of those. And I just kept my mouth shut, never said anything. And she talked to me a lot. She was cool. Quite a bit younger than me. She was like, I think 16. She was a younger kid. And so I guess I would have been, what, like 25 when I quit that job? She was one of the few people that I actually like got along with at work. She was cool. And then when I quit, you don't understand any of those things. I do, Frog. I do, for whatever it's worth. I quit that job, and she's like, so what are you gonna go do for a job now that you've quit this job? I was like, well, I'm gonna go stream full time on Twitch. And she was like, I'm sorry, what? And I just walked out the fucking door. It was literally I told like one or two people on the way out that day, and that was it. Didn't tell anybody how to find me either, which is for the best. But yeah, Kappa is very useful in Twitch chat because it is like the international sign of sarcasm on Twitch, which is very useful. It's very useful. Still not the largest. Larger than the average though. Still pretty big. It's ironic is the face of that emote actually doesn't work at Twitch anymore. He hasn't worked at Twitch for a very long time. I know, like, the mythical story of the Kappa as well. I also quite enjoy Kappa rolls from sushi places. Kappa rolls are delicious. One of the better sushi rolls, in fact. One of the better veggie sushi rolls, anyway. They're just cucumber rolls, so. Kapamaki? Yeah, Kapamaki. It's good stuff, man. It's good stuff. Investments are open. Heads up, chat. I don't know. I'm not really bothered by the emotes or using the emotes in the verbiage on Twitch specifically. Like, if I'm watching a stream and the streamer says those quite a bit, to me, I think that's fine because, you know, it's just the streamer communicating with the chat that's using them anyway. But I don't like it when I see it in the wild. Like, if it's somebody like, you know, you can't do, like, it's literally just going to ignore that if you do that, right, Axon? Anyway, which is fine if that's your goal. But, like, yeah, that's what actually bothers me is when people use those words in, like, conversation. Look at that. It's the lava draining, moving down to the next layer. But yeah, if people just, you know, say Kappa while they're streaming, that doesn't bother me. It only bothers me if it's people outside of streaming using it in just everyday speech like it's a word that should be used in everyday speech, because it's not. They're walking as fast as they can. The Dwarven Outpost Liaison has arrived, and the Dwarves have arrived to trade. Where are they? They're working on it. They're almost there. Says the guy who just posted debug, Stone. Although debug is my best emote, I would say. Or one of my best emotes. Less vocal fry? What? But like anything, like just with the acronyms are fine if they're in context, right? Like if you randomly ask me about an acronym, I'm gonna just look at you and be like, "What?" But if I'm playing a game that has an acronym for it, like Dwarf Fortress, and you say DF, I'm going to assume you're talking about DF. If you ask me what I think of PoE, I'm then going to have to ask you, do you mean Pillars of Eternity or Path of Exile or Power over Ethernet? Because those are the three that pop into my mind. And if you ask me what I think of Dark Souls, I will have to confirm whether or not you're talking about Dead Space, Dark Souls, or the Nintendo DS. Or if you're asking me about CDDA, I'm going to have... I don't know of any other CDDA. So that's fine. But it's like, context is kind of required for some of these. Context is kind of required. That's actually a big tribute for them. Can you define that, Frog for Hire? Because I've never heard the term before. I just want to get these out of here. Slaves to Armok 2 colon... No, it's colon C2 colon DF, isn't it? Also, isn't there a God of Blood in there somewhere? I'm pretty sure there's a God of Blood and a chapter. So you're missing at least 2 parts of that acronym. So wouldn't it be like... Slaves to Armok C2 God of Blood DF? Isn't that the full acronym for Dwarf Fortress? Or am I missed? Hold on. I need to actually, like, double check this. Okay, so then it would be STA colon GOB colon C2 colon DF. So I got the GOB and the C2 backwards. There you go. That would be the full acronym for Dwarf Fortress. The full proper acronym. Take that, CDDA, Cataclysm, dank days ahead. You think you've got a proper long acronym? Well, Dwarf Fortress is about to show you up. God forbid the day that we hit Chapter 3. Mild, especially after KFC. Infinity. So only 2 colons, not 3 colons. Looks like I'm back address. Kind of does. It kind of does. Look like STA colon GOBC2 colon DF. So I think, chat, from now on, the rule is if we're going to refer to Dwarf Fortress, you must refer to it by its proper acronym of STA colon GOBC2 colon DF. So vocal fry is like, wait, do you... So wait, hold on. Is this vocal fry? Wait, no. Like that? Just the fucking sound the Grudge makes? That Dwarf game? No, but here's the thing. There is a game just called Dwarf. So, clearly, you'd be talking about the game called Dwarf, which I actually can't find searching for it on Steam now. Like, I can't even... I mean, there's... Okay, so there's that Dwarf game, which is Dwarves? And then there's also that game just called Dwarf, which I'm, like, unable to find now, searching for it on Steam. Ironically, this is fucked up. If you go to Steam and you just search for Dwarf, RimWorld pops up first. That's messed up. There's something wrong with that. Now I'm just looking for that one game that was just called Dwarf. I found a game called Dwarf, which describes itself as a tower defense RPG. Nope, not finding it. First bits of the day. Thanks for the 46 bits. Cheers, man. First bits of the week? Almost? No, not of the week, but since 2 days ago. What the fuck is in my well? Why are you guys all getting water? If I wanted to troll you and I worked for Valve, I could do such a thing. I would put RimWorld at the top of your search results when you search for Dwarf. I mean, actually, hold on. Here's a question. I've manually searched for Dwarf Fortress on Steam. Okay, Dwarf Fortress comes up first. RimWorld is second, though. Don't Starve Together is third somehow. Like, if you go to Steam and you just search for Dwarf Fortress pops up. Then RimWorld. Then Don't Starve Together. Then Dwarf Corp. Rest in peace. I wish that game was good. Then fucking Don't Starve. That's bizarre to me. It's all those games that used Dwarf Fortress in their search tags. How's it going? It's going. Zygram, it's going. I think using DF is fine as a shortcut if there is an established context of Dwarf Fortress being the topic of discussion. Just like it's fine to use PoE in discussion of during a PoE stream. But if you ask me on my opinions on PoE while I'm streaming Dwarf Fortress, I will have to confirm. Not really. It's just a list of hotkeys. I mean, I have this menu minimized, but like if you play the game slowly and you follow the wiki, it's really not that bad, Mr. Swanky. Like, you've got to like look at your UI here, read what these are, maybe turn the custom font off if you're using a custom font, because it's a little easier to read if you don't know what you're looking at. And then just follow the beginner's guide on the wiki, and it'll tell you exactly what buildings you need to build via the building menu. And then it'll tell you how to find them and how to construct each building. And it's really not that bad. It's really not. It's just a matter of sitting down and doing it. Most people don't have the desire to sit down and do it, and I get that. I respect it. Makes me kind of sad sometimes, but I get it. Sure, that too. Now in high definition. You mean it can really wear you down? Because I'd be wary about getting weared down. How's my deconstruction going? But yeah, no, most of the hardest bits about Dwarf Fortress is actually just learning what your options are. Once you know what your options are, playing Dwarf Fortress is actually quite simple. But most people don't make it that far, so it's unfortunate, really. Well, I mean, I feel like most people give up at one of three places for Dwarf Fortress. The first place that people usually give up is just downloading the game. That's the first place people usually give up. They look at the website and they go, nah, and then they back out. Second place people give up is the main menu and trying to figure out what they need to do. And then the third place people give up is the first time they lose a fort. And you will lose your first fort really quickly. But that's why you should just read the quick start guide on the wiki, and you'll have a much better time. Listless Onion finally fucking died. It's about time. That dwarf's been melancholic for a while. Do we have somebody? Yes, we do have a person coming to place them in the tomb. Rest in peace, Listless Onion. That dwarf's been melancholic for a while. I mean, no computer can really run that comfortably, for one thing, Infinity. But, yes. No, I mean, it's mostly just getting over the fact that, yes, Dwarf Fortress is an extremely complicated game, but it's not impossible. And a lot of people, I think, conflate the concept of difficulty and obtuseness. Dwarf Fortress is a very obtuse game. It's not complicated, and it's not difficult. It's just obtuse. And if you want to learn an obtuse game, it's not that bad. If you don't want to learn an obtuse game, I get it. You'll never learn it. That's fine. But don't go around saying it's difficult if you've never tried. And I think most people who claim that it's difficult have just never tried. You could say it's too much work. That I agree with. It is a lot of work to learn, Dia. It is a whole lot of work. But I say that learning Dwarf Fortress is about as difficult as learning any complicated tabletop game. You have to sit down and read the manual, and then you have to try playing it. And then you realize halfway through your first game, which takes 3 hours, that you are playing the game wrong. Then you stop, and you reset the board, and you start playing again with the same people. And then you realize 2 hours later that you're still making you're now making a different mistake. All right, cool. Then on your third time through, once you've been playing the game for 6 hours, you kind of understand how to play Twilight Struggle. I think it's the name of that's the name of a complicated board game, right? And Dwarf Fortress is pretty similar to that. You know, like initially, like it makes zero fucking sense, but after a while, you wrap your head around it and things start to make sense, and then it's from there on forward, it's kind of okay. So I don't know. Dwarf Fortress is tricky, but it's not that bad. So if I get any Phantom Cave-ins this time, then I don't know. We're just fucked, I guess. Learning by failing was just the name of the game. You know, did anybody play Dune? Not Dune 2, the RTS. Dune, the adventure game with strategy and city building elements. Has anybody here played that game? Because that game was like a weird point and click with story, plus some base building elements, plus some survival elements. It was mental. Yeah, exactly. Like that game was kind of bonkers and had like a weirdly, like it was almost a grand strategy game. Almost. You had to like expand, you had to do some 4X-y things on the map. You had to claim territory. You had to do some light RPG stuff where you like convinced characters to let you have land and not invade you and shit. You had to like build units and move them around on the map. Like it was kind of crazy. Like there was a lot of shit going on in that game. That was one of the tougher games for me to learn when I was little. It was that and Rogue and Moria and a game called Dungeons of Doom for the Mac. That small group of games is just like the toughest set of games for me to learn as a little kid. And it also has a lot of bugs. Oh, another game, speaking of games that had lots of bugs, I got a used copy of a game called Outpost, which I remember trying, which I can actually find for you, which is one of the reasons why I got so into Surviving Mars for a little bit, because it reminded me of Outpost. Came out in 1994 originally. This game, Outpost. This game. It was a really cool little game. Really, really cool little game. I remember really, really enjoying it. And I played a bunch of it, actually. A bunch of it. It was very much like you would select what you're going to put on your spaceship, and then you'd fly to a planet out in the known universe, so a real life existing planet, which I thought was super cool back in the day. And then you would take your populations there, and then you would try and survive. But it was actually unbeatable. And I learned this years later. It was completely unbeatable because they ran out of money and just shipped the game. So like you actually couldn't survive. The game was impossible. It was literally impossible. And I remember getting so mad and frustrated every time I started to do well in that game because I'd start to do well in that game and then something would happen and I would just lose. And it frustrated the hell out of me as a little kid. Yeah, you'd always run out of materials. You'd run out of something. I've always wanted a proper remake of that game where they just like pretty up all the sprites and make it work. Just fix the balancing issues with that game because it was such a neat idea for a game. At your most popular proper video on the channel? Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm glad people watched that video. I do enjoy your sweary guide to Dwarf Fortress. It is very entertaining. Chat, what's the hardest game for you to learn when you were younger? Oh, another game I had a fucking hell of a time with was TIE Fighter. Because the copy of TIE Fighter I had was definitely not a illegal copy. I don't know what you're accusing me of. I didn't have a legal copy of that game. And so thus I didn't have the manual and I didn't have the keyboard overlay. So I just had to figure out what the buttons do. Yeah, that was a journey. Was figuring out what the buttons do in in TIE Fighter. That was a journey. Yeah, I've never heard of Galactic Bloodshed. For some reason, I assumed that Galactic Bloodshed was a thing from Dune. But the thing is, I would argue that UFO defense is hard for adults now. So that's a pretty fair one, to be honest. Oregon Trail. Oregon Trail's bullshit, though. Like, just straight up. Oregon Trail cheats. Fuck that stupid game. Stupid goddamn game. Without knowing it was a puzzle game? I wonder if I played Myst as a little kid. I don't have any memories of playing Myst as a little kid. I'm pretty sure the first time I played Myst was actually real Myst, which was quite a bit later. Like when they stopped it from being like a screen-based adventure. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's like, I'm pretty sure that's hard for adults now, Frog. Oh, me too. Yeah. Heroes of Might and Magic hot seat? Absolutely. Heroes of Might and Magic on a hot seat with friends was always a blast. Age of Wonders, same thing. Never understood any of those games. I know, actually, this is an embarrassing one. I played Age of Empires 1 on my computer for about 2 years before I figured out how to get to Age 2. With just Clubman. Toulon says, I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? All of the metal. What, with Open XCOM? What, taking actual years in real time to figure out how to get to the next age? I mean, yeah. I look forward to our meeting next year and our fortunes rise and fall together. Oopsies, that's the wrong button. That's the right button. Yeah, Open XCOM seems neat. I'll be honest, I've been intrigued by Open XCOM for a while, but I'm also just like super intimidated. That's like the main reason I haven't played it, because I've always been kind of bad at those games. So I'm very intimidated by it. I mean, it's not XCOM, but I would actually recommend playing Phoenix Point. If you've had an XCOM itch and not quite been willing to play XCOM, because Phoenix Point does a lot of neat, weird things. It's not perfect by any stretch. That game's got a lot of problems, but it's kind of a neat game. I quite enjoyed my time with it, even though it wasn't perfect. All right, towers deconstructed. Its launch was horrible, and their PR was really, 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 really bad. So TLDR, like I genuinely think for me it's like it's a 7 out of 10. It's solid. I enjoyed it. The one I really don't understand is Phantom Doctrine. I love Phantom Doctrine. I think that game is phenomenal, and everybody seems to hate that game for some strange reason that I can't quite fathom. But Phoenix Point's main problem was their PR was terrible. 3 hours. Phoenix Point? No. Phoenix Point was like a 70-hour game on release. What do you want about? Excuse me? No, the issue with Phoenix Point was they did a Kickstarter where they promised people keys on Steam, right? It was a Kickstarter game. And then they went to Epic Exclusive and said, well, if you want a Steam key, you can wait a year. Which is just really shitty because they ran out of money, right? So that was the kind of, I think, like the... Well, first they delayed the game a whole bunch, and then they did another round of crowdfunding, not too dissimilar to the way Star Citizen kind of went. So they did another round of crowdfunding and early pre-orders, promising people keys on whatever platform they wanted, and then went Epic Exclusive. So they delayed that game a whole bunch, took way longer than they'd initially promised, and then made it Epic Exclusive, which the game is solid, like it's fine, but that caused a lot of bad blood, which kind of sucks. And then combine that with the launch version of that game. I mean, like it was a long game. It certainly wasn't 3 hours like Axon is saying, but it needed more. Like one of the whole build paths you could go down was just like half done. Like there was just straight up like placeholder assets in the game in places. There was like a whole tech tree that just didn't unlock because they hadn't put it in the game yet. There was a lot of that stuff. Yeah, they did, but by that point it was too late, right? You know, like that's one of those things where it's like once the bad blood is there, it's just kind of there. And even though they did the make good, all of the people who just heard about it in passing didn't really have much interest in it and still don't have much interest in it, wrote it off completely instead of leaving it as a possibility. And when you do that to an audience, it's the same reason Jupiter Hell has never been cheaper than $24, which might actually be hurting it now. It's the reason they've never done more than a 20% off discount. And it's because that 20% off discount is what the backers on Kickstarter paid. And Epion is pretty solid in that he's never going to make people pay more than what they paid for at the Kickstarter. Which was a Kickstarter promise, and he's holding to that, right? I think if you promise something with Kickstarter, you can't promise something and then take it away. And if you do that, it's just going to piss people off. And if you piss enough people off, that'll ruin your game's reputation almost forever. I don't believe that there's such a thing as too little too late. I think you can make good on those things. However, it's always going to be an uphill battle because some people are incredibly stubborn. So that, to me, is why Phoenix Point got so much shit, is because they kind of consistently pissed people off for long enough that people will just continue to remember forever, which blows. But, you know. Is the game world so small that the same bad actors circulate and paint every studio? What makes you think they do that? Generally, bad actors just get fired and then disappear, but what do you mean? They found themselves in a hole and kept digging. Well, I mean, think about it this way, right? Trying to think about other games that ran out of money. Other Kickstarted games that ran out of money but still released to then middling, less than ideal results because they ran out of money. I mean, like, I know a few games that, like, promised Wii U releases and then never released on Wii U. But, like, I don't think it's bad actors. I think it's just poor money management. Like, that's all it really is. It's just poor money management. Like, they're not, like, trying to steal your money or anything, but, like, shit, making video games is fucking expensive, and Kickstarter doesn't always give you the most money, right? Like, Phoenix Point did well on Kickstarter, but that game is expensive, you know? And if they're banking on outside funding as well as the Kickstarter money, and then suddenly the outside funding disappears, or alternatively, something happens which costs more money. Like, I'll use another Jupiter Hell example, right? Jupiter Hell promised to come out on Apple, on Macs, right? And they did. And it cost them $100,000 in investors' money just for the man hours to port it to Mac, to port their engine to Mac. Because Apple made an unexpected change and removed their architecture that previously made it work on Mac, right? Whose fault is that? And to the last time I spoke with Epion, he stated that they'd made $6,000 in sales on Mac. That's like a 94% loss. And that happens all the time in the games industry. Seems like all the game studios are accused of bad behavior lately. Ubisoft, Blizzard, 2 or 3, you can't remember, being sued or investigated. Okay, well, you need to... Well, okay, let's see. Quantic Dream, the people behind Heavy Rain, Beyond, and those, is owned by a dude who's a dipshit, right? Like, that studio is owned and operated and managed by a dude who is a dipshit, who likes to Photoshop images of his coworkers and people onto images of naked porn stars and share them around to his employees. And management is known for like photoshopping people onto Nazi uniforms. And let's see, they leaked fully nude models of Ellen Page, which after Beyond came out, when it wasn't in now Elliot Page, I'm aware, his contract at the time to have fully nude models in the first place, but for some reason they did. So those got out. So there's Quantic Dream. Let's see. There's sexism and issues in big companies like Ubisoft. There's everything that's going on in Activision and Blizzard. There's the owner of the Killing Floor studio being a dipshit. I guess I'll put it this way, right? I don't think it's that bad actors move from place to place to place to place to place. This is just systemic issues in the workplace. This is just what happens when you have an industry that is captained and run mostly by nerdy white guys. This is just the result of that. Quite literally. As a nerdy white guy, this is the result of putting a lot of nerdy white guys in charge of everything. Unfortunately, nerdy white guys are the people with all of the money in the industry. So the result of that is you're just going to have terrible people being terrible people. And unfortunately, nerdy white guys like to protect their other nerdy white guys. So what they will do is they will demote them but give them the same pay and put them elsewhere so that they're quiet. Yeah, I wouldn't want nude models of me at any point in my life being leaked. It's just kind of hilarious, you know? Coming from that game in particular, which was not very good. Beyond Two Souls is the game that those models came out of. They were in the fucking install for the game, too. Just wild. Wild! But yeah, no, I don't think it's that bad actors move around. I think it's just where it's an industry like any other industry that is mostly captained by, like, you know, Hollywood's going through the same shit, right? It's a very expensive industry run by nerdy white men. What are you doing? Dwarf. Okay, go get your drink. Which is why you should support studios that you like and don't play games by studios that are causing problems. Support good game development and ethical development and people who treat their employees well. Don't support crappy development. But also, we are very much a minority in the industry, right? People who are plugged in enough to know that Activision Blizzard is going through shit right now is not the norm, right? Hmm? But like, I guess it's the one of the few positive things to come out of social media, right? Frog Fryer? It's like without giving people the ability to scream into the public voice like that, you're not gonna ever get a response to that, right? You literally need critical mass of audiences refusing to see this stuff. It's pretty common amongst our circles, but like I'll put it this way, right? If I talk to my dad about video games, if I mention Activision Blizzard to my dad, he has no idea what's going on. He's never heard of it, will never hear about it, hasn't heard of it, hasn't caught wind of it. If I ask him about the Game Stonks thing, when Wall Street Bets broke GameStop, he's heard of that. If I ask him about the Ubisoft thing, he hasn't heard of that. So, yes, it is pretty well known, but it hasn't hit the mainstream audience. If my mom is asking me questions about what Among Us is because the kids in her school keep commenting on it, about it, that's the mainstream. But everybody in the games industry or anybody who plays any of these games is aware of it. But people outside of the industry haven't heard of it. That when I say it hasn't hit the mainstream, that's what I'm talking about. It's the people who read mainstream news. It's like when it's on the cover of the New York Post, then it's hit mainstream news, right? And we're getting there with the Activision Blizzard stuff, to be fair. Just because of, getting sued by the state and everything. But, Also, to be completely clear, those of you watching this stream right now, play Blizzard games. Play World of Warcraft. Play StarCraft. Play any of those games. I just won't on my stream. And it's the reason I don't stream Trackmania anymore on this channel. And the reason I kind of stopped. It's just because all that Ubisoft stuff got a bit much, and I don't really want to be publicly promoting that stuff. I still play Trackmania. I'm still paying for Trackmania, and I will continue to play Trackmania because I like it. But I'm not promoting it because I have a voice, and my voice is more powerful than the individual dollars of a person playing a video game. So if you're enjoying a game, play the game because good people worked on it. But scream into the void about how people need to do something about Activision Blizzard. And scream into the void about what needs to be done over at Ubisoft. And support employees that are trying to unionize. And support employees that are trying to make their workplace better. And support employees who are coming out about management being shitty. It's an old game from the 90s. StarCraft is fine. I mean, I don't quite call this stuff inside baseball at this point. It's more just baseball. But if you don't like baseball, you're still not going to know about it, It's like there's constantly drama going on in WWE and pro wrestling, but nobody fucking knows about it unless you pay really close attention. Oh, the other thing that the mainstream heard about was gambling in EA games. That's something that my parents did hear about, was the shenanigans with Star Wars Battlefront specifically, and those shenanigans. That was a thing that a lot of people in the mainstream heard about because my parents asked me about it. You know about the lug nuts in F1 race in that F1 race, and you don't know about F1 racing. Now, is that because of me, or because you will get a lot of random F1 osmosis from me? Oh, is it fucking with the bitrate, the tile pattern, when I do this? Because I believe it. Even if I don't, oh, I'm sorry. What quality level are you watching at, if I can ask? Herm. This is the one that I need to change. Yeah, that would do it. 480p would do it. UPS does that for me sometimes. If it's a valuable package, they'll do that. If I order more than 4 records, I'll sometimes get one of those. It's kind of nice. I like it. Yeah, for sometimes Twitch, like if Twitch errored out, sometimes Twitch will randomly default to 480 for some unknowable reason. Pondering deductive reasoning. No crimes so far today. How's Lumpy doing? Lumpy is one of those dwarves that I really want to see do better. Nah, absolutely terrible. Good to know. Absolutely terrible. I'm going to go around this and just make it a whole bunch of pillars. I'm making this into kind of like an open set of pillars instead of like a more normal building. So the dwarves can just walk through this easier without having to path around it. So we're removing every other pillar to make it a nice walkway. Oh, you know it, Cooler. Oh, you know it. Today you were both out for 2 hours and Royal Mail decided to deliver a package that you've been waiting for weeks now, and you had to pick it up from the depot. Yep, there you go. You know what? You know what's great is when I will finish streaming, walk outside, and then look at my door, and there will be a sticker on my door saying you didn't answer a knock from like any delivery company, and I'll be like, I was literally sitting here and probably talking loud enough that you could hear me. My door is a meter in that, 2 meters in that direction, in the same room. If you even tapped on it, I would hear it. So they don't knock. They just put the sticker on and leave. It's like fucking knock. Yeah. I mean, Cooler, if I hit $500 a month on the Patreon, I will order 1 piece of artwork from you per month in the format of a clip, where I will send you a clip and tell you to draw the thing from the game. Introverts, right? God damn it! That's like the perfect example of that. It's like Introverts XD. It's like absolutely. Goddamn asshats. Come on. I live in an apartment building, so I technically could just request footage from the apartment cameras, but because there are cameras in the hallway already, I wouldn't even need a camera. But no, it's not worth it. I mean, I'd say 1 in 10 times that happens. Usually they either just knock on the door and then usually they just knock on the door and leave the package in front of the door. Usually. But once every now and again, DHL is the worst for it, but UPS has done it before too, where they will just knock and then not actually Or they won't knock and just leave a sticker stating that they knocked. And it's like, fucking, come on, guys. Come on. Why you got to do that? Yeah, no, absolutely. It's more effort than it's worth, I would say. All right. 2 more layers I need to drain out of this. And winter's upon us. Post is slow Reddit or something. I don't know. Like I said, it's to me it's more worth than it's not worth it. Well, Canadian, call me American and I get very offended. So you have one opportunity. But if a package is worth more than $100, then they need your signature. Otherwise, they don't need your signature. They just need to take a picture of it next to your address. That was me warming up. Scrolling up. Why eat chalk when you can drink glue? Stupidly. First wasn't wise. Second also wasn't. However, the trajectory is worse. What can I say? Not enough booze to survive? Inconceivable! We always need I pronoun. Money feel good. What? Money feel good. Okay. Cold hard cash tastes bitter. All right. Please continue the sentence. Selfie with the package. You know, you joke. It's not too far off. Sorry, you knew that? I'm pretty sure you did, yeah. Also, to be completely clear, the reason I don't complain about delivery stuff very often, unless it's DHL, fuck DHL, is the vast majority of our delivery shit is extremely convenient and easy to use. Like, Amazon packages, we have a bin with a passcode on it in my building now. It's in the car park. So if Amazon can't get to your door, they will literally just go leave it in the bin by the car park and send you the passcode. And then you just go down and punch in the passcode and it just gives you your package, which is super easy. If it's FedEx or UPS and you somehow miss a delivery, if it's over $100, then they leave it at the nearest drop-off point, which for me is a block up the street, so it's not exactly a huge deal to go get it. Purelator is a bit more of a pain in the dick, but I generally don't use Purelator, so it's fine. Yeah, it was, I'm not allowed to export something. I want to say probably flasks. I mean, a lot of those sentences are hard to fix, to be fair. There you go. All right, let's
I am the garbage man. Oh, yeah.
You know, I don't know what that soundbite is, or what that bit at the end of that soundbite is, but it does sound like somebody hitting a bong in the background. Cutest, thank you very much for just being around to use that command. How you doing? How's things? Alrighty, well, I would consider this oopsie almost fixed. Almost fixed. We're getting there. Although we are going to have a bunch of lava down here for no reason. So that's going to exist for a while. Where's this? Right above. You know, I'm going to go do a silly. Good to hear that you're okay. I'm going to let some lava out. For funsies. Already sealed it off on this side. This lava is purely decorative. I mean, you could say that. All right, how much lava is actually down here? Not all that much. Eh. Now it will drain, instead of just, you know, sitting there. I mean, this lava is here because of oopsie, not because it's decorative. Where are you getting that from? This is going to be concerning, isn't it? Dwarf, you scare me. Not exactly the most convenient way of blocking a lava flow, but could also be worse. Just hopefully the lava doesn't flow. We're getting there. I need it to drain through this layer and then down into this layer, and then I can seal that off and start pumping again. Oh, also, we got that tower deconstructed, which means I can go up top here. So this is also perplexing to me. There's a bunch of down arrows here, but there's nothing there. I don't know what's supporting those. Ghost of Fortress Past, I guess. I genuinely have no idea how those are holding there. It's to heat up the property values. This is true. Holy slopes. Holy slopes. Yes. All right. Well, this is what we need. We just need this to drain so that that stops filling. Kind of want to cave this thing in, but I don't want more oopsies. So rather than tempting more oopsies, I'm just going to very slowly deconstruct it. The invisible ghosts, I think, have mostly ceased. Because I literally went and gave a memorial to every single named creature with more than one name that died on this map. So I think I should, and I haven't seen any real notices of issues since, so. deconstruct this. How's the lava drain going? Still draining. Well, now we know how long it would theoretically take to empty out the lava drain, and it's longer than it took to fill it. But yeah, no, I want this entire walkway here to be gone. I'm trying to remove some of the roofing. The problem with this fort has right now is there's actually too much in the way of roofing up here. And because of that, some of the dwarves end up tripping or not tripping, but some of the dwarves end up vomiting because they get cave adapted because they're in cover too much. So I'm trying to remove some of the cover. Chat, investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. Also, why was I lazy with so many of these constructions early on? What the hell? Because my god, I was so lazy with some of these constructions. Also, Mr. Tamika, it's good to see you. How goes inhabiting hell? Cat, why must you stand right there? It's Noel's goddamn pet cat. That darn pet cat. And I need to make 2 flasks. Iron flask. 2. It's the one thing that the mayor in this fort really likes is iron flasks. Hell has yet to be breached. Are you going to defeat Hell? Also, the magma sea, not really Hell, but... a repeater to 1,000,000 spikes. I wonder if they'll fly over the spikes. I would be stupid to not play the Steam version. I will probably eventually move to some version of Classic, but at least initially, yes, I will play the Steam version. I will play Steam version for, at the very least, 6 months to a year. I would be silly not to. I'm like, I don't know how obvious it is, but this is my full-time job. So this is my living, streaming video games on the internet. And I've kind of bet a lot on the Steam version doing well. So yes, I will definitely be streaming that. Heck, I'd even move this fort over to that version if it worked. I'm just not convinced that it will. I have a feeling they're going to break save compatibility, which is probably a good thing, but... So, yes, I will certainly be playing it. Certainly will. Someone is weed eating right outside. I wonder why. Yeah, Darren did win a lot. Pastel won a ton of tickets yesterday. You're gonna watch for sure? I can't wait. I'm looking forward to it. Because like, you know, it's gonna be the exact same game, right? Like that's the part for me that's like a little it's gonna be mostly the same game. I mean, there will probably be some minor tweaks and changes, like Masons are no longer called Masons, but it's gonna mostly be the same game largely, and So I think that'll be fun. So even though it'll largely be the same game, it's gonna be fun seeing a lot of people trying the game for the first time, just seeing what people think of it, you know? Like, I'm very worried that people are just going to not like it. And that is my biggest concern. I'm very worried that people are just overhyping themselves and are just going to not like it. So. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. All right, let's mine that out. Now everybody's just going to use the center. Let's check how draining is going. It's getting there. I mean, almost. I mean, I do my taxes and they're like, so what do you do for a living? And I'm like, stream content creation focused on live streaming. So you work in pornography? No. Almost every year. Almost every year. Rather than just go meh. I mean, people going meh is like my biggest worry, but. So go make food then. Maybe by the time you're done making food, you'll be awake. Or you didn't know something that was frustrating? No, I understand that. Now is the best time to, now is the best time to learn DF. Because there is the most people actively assisting people playing DF that there ever will be, right? So right now is quite literally the best time to just be like, yeah, I'm going to learn classic DF because the community is more actively helping people learn than ever before, because there are discords, there's YouTube videos, there's the subreddit, the forums, there's so many ways to just ask people for help. But I mean, you can already, like, I had somebody DM me the other day, and I'm not going to call this person out because I feel kind of bad, but I had somebody DM me the other day who just said, have you played Dwarf Fortress yet? And it was when I was watching a different stream. And I'm just sitting there going like, pardon? I'm not sure I understand the question. And they were like, haven't you seen? Steam DF is out. I was like, what? No, it's not. What are you talking about? It's like, and then said, this YouTuber, and says a YouTuber's name, was streaming it the other day. It's out. I'm like, send me the VOD? And they sent me a VOD, and it was Nukrim streaming Dwarf Fortress, which he did, using Meph's tile set. And this person thought that Meph's tile set was the Steam tile set, and that somehow he got early access to it. I'm like, no, that's just Meph's tile set. And he goes, wait, you can make Dwarf Fortress look like that? I'm like, yeah? Just install it? Like, there's tons of custom tile sets like that out there. So that's kind of what I have to say. It's like, if you want it to not look like text, just install a tile set that you like. But most people don't want to do that. So it is fine. I know. I agree with you there. Thorandajor. I agree with you there. When it's done. Cool. You're the second person to ask me that today. when it's done. You know, Cooler, I'm not gonna lie. There is part of me that is genuinely happy that I'm not the only person who gets that question who has absolutely no fucking clue when it's out. I'm really glad I'm not the only person. If you're getting it, I feel less bad. Because you genuinely should have no idea when it's out. Because I think you pay less attention than I do. But if your friend is asking you when it's out, then yeah, I feel less bad now. Honestly, I'm just looking forward to having the options menu be in Dwarf Fortress. Time is relative. Did anybody have you Cooler, have you seen that? Hold on, let's see if I can find it. Or its time is subjective is the release date, but let me just see if I can find that. Oh, hey. Has anybody seen this post? Development is taking too long. Seriously, release it soon or I'll remove it from my wish list, and I'm sure a lot of people will do the same. Fail emote. Shut up and be patient. I agree. Yes. Shut up and be patient. Anyway, hold on. Let me see if I can find this actual post. There's a lot of people just like starting to bitch that it's taking forever. But there was a post that was literally time is not subjective. Time isn't subjective. Yeah, this one. The perceptual experience of time may be subjective. Time is not. It is discretely measurable, objectively observable. To the extent that time is relative to the acceleration, both are defined by the point of reference, and all points in space are simultaneously defined in relation to all others at all points in time, whether perceived or not. I like this person's post. That's the most, like, big brain thing that you could possibly say. And I love it. No, but that's not the point. Give this man an award. I mean, plenty of people already have, so I don't even need to. That's like, I love that post because it's the most internet response. A lot of babies out there, yeah. You know, it's funny that you joke about that, Zychrome, because there's another post on here. Hold on, let's see if I can find it. Which is rush it, but why? Dwarf Fortress is going to be worth the wait, even if it takes 1 to 2 more years to come out. I'm not even going to complain. The reason? Well, you see, the game has been out since 2006 and finally had a Steam announcement in 2019. Why does it matter? Simple, 13 years worth of mechanics, updates, patches, tweaks, and I started playing Dwarf Fortress around 2014, and I'm still playing. It's free. It's free. Released to this day. I absolutely love it. The mechanics and key bindings are like a second nature to me at this point, and I'm still learning new things every day. Dwarf Fortress is a titan when it comes to content, and you're not just forced to run a colony and send out expeditions into the wild. You can make your own adventurer and Dwarf Fortress stuff, and then actual things and where you can play. This is like the legitimate response. It's like, rush it, but why? The game's fucking free. Just go play it. So, you know. Also, shout outs to Chad Rockwell for the big brain post. I mean, either they wouldn't play it too long anyway, or they will buy it the actual fucking second that it comes out anyway. They'll complain it's taking too long, bitch, leave a couple negative posts, and then buy it when it comes out on Steam and all their friends are talking about it and they run into this problem called FOMO. So they'll buy it. But it's on the platform you want it to be on. It's just not for sale on the storefront you want it to be for sale on. Why am I removing this walkway? I'm rebuilding parts of the fort. I want there to be more open skies. And I also want there to be more space to build on the ground. So I am removing bits and pieces of the walkway to be able to build new bits and pieces. Pull the lever, Kronk. You know, I honestly think it should be on the Epic Store. But I kind of get why it's not. I mean, it should be on Good Old Games and Epic, right? Right now it's just set up to be on Steam, but it should be on all of them. It should be on all stores. But right now it's just Steam and itch. Martin once joked about Game of Thrones. George R. R. Martin once joked about the thing that every time someone complained about how long it was taking to write, he killed another Stark. Oh, that's funny. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I know. Well, I don't. Is it invites or is it applications? I thought it was applications. It might be invites. You might be totally correct, but I thought it was that they required like an app. They had like an extensive application process. That's what I remembered anyway. But yeah, I'm rebuilding old, crappy, finicky constructions from early on in this fort. Basically, is what I'm doing. I might also get rid of this central walkway and go around the edge down here. Might actually do that as well. The Skoid has grown to become a peasant, which means I need to give you a bunch of jobs. What do you like doing? You like rose gold, morganite, swan men for their beauty, and when possible prefers to consume kangaroo cheese. Well, good luck on the kangaroo cheese, but what I can do is I can give you these. Mechanics, all of the metal smithing, this stuff, mining, and weaving. But yeah, no, I don't know. There's plenty of other games that people can play in the meantime. And I personally don't worry. I'm not worrying too much about the release date. The only reason I want the Steam... I have two reasons for wanting the Steam version to come out sooner. And both of them are self-helping. The first reason is I want Steam DF to come out so that Tarn Adams can go work on something that he actually thinks is interesting. Because, you know, I talk to Tarn Adams relatively frequently, like once every 3 to 4 months on stream. And every time I talk to him, he sounds more bored of the Steam version. So I want this update to be done, dusted, and finished so that he can go work on things that he thinks is fun again. Because one of the most important things to do with like passion-driven jobs and work, like Dwarf Fortress is you have to be interested and having fun with what you're doing. Otherwise, it becomes monotonous. And when things like working on a project like this becomes monotonous, it becomes harder for the creator to continue to work, which I'm worried that that could happen with the Steam version. So that's one reason I want it to be done. But the other reason I want it to be done is I will probably get a lot of views on my YouTube channel, and I'll probably make quite a bit of money. So and hopefully grow my streams quite a bit. And that is like the very selfish side of it, which is very much the reality. And I hope that it comes out at some point, and I hope that people don't get too annoyed with the wait, because if people get too annoyed with the wait and don't watch Twitch streams of it, then that would just suck for me. So I would very much hope that people don't get too annoyed with how long it takes. So the people will stop asking about it. Yeah, that too. Yeah, that too, Stone. Also, doesn't GOG require an invite to get onto their store? You'll watch and play with me? Hell yeah. Well, I'm sure lots of people will. But, you know, just be patient, right? Don't pester the devs too much. Just be patient. It'll be done when it's done. Just like everything DF, it'll get done eventually, but it'll take time. Oh, the other reason is I want people to stop backseat developing Dwarf Fortress. And I've seen that more and more and more. Like, but that's never going to go away, I don't think. I think people will always backseat develop DF. Because they will always be like, why doesn't Tarn just get help? Why doesn't Tarn remake all of it? Why didn't they use a better engine? Why didn't they give it multi-threading? It's not that hard to give it multi-threading. They did it with Factorio. It's like a very different game. So... Their reference plane? Yes. Well, we shouldn't throw them into a black hole then. I mean, I don't want to throw people who complain into a black hole, but what I would like to do is pat them on the head and teach them some manners. A sum bit? You mean a submit? Do they? Okay. Because I know that Jupiter Hellgod offered to be put onto Good Old Games 2 days before they came out or something. It was like 2 or 3 days before release it was announced that they would be on Good Old Games. It was like a couple of days before they went into early access. What challenges will occur with the implementation of multi-threading? Don't complain, just curious. Dwarf Fortress would literally need to be reprogrammed from the ground up. Because the way Dwarf Fortress works is it's a very long line of individual tasks. I'm not a programmer, okay? So if I'm wrong, please correct me. But it's the gist that I get is it's a linear single path of individual tasks. So it asks a question and then the game gives it an answer. Asks a question, game gives it an answer. It asks a question, gives it an answer. It doesn't come in from a multi-prong point. It just comes one item at a time. So everything has a priority in the entirety of the game, meaning that the game was absolutely not designed for multi-threading at all because multi-threading didn't exist when development for this started. So, as I understand it, to properly implement multi-threading would literally require rewriting the entirety of the game from the ground up, which would take 20 years. Maybe not 20 years, but it would take a very long time. And it wouldn't be Dwarf Fortress anymore, so. And also, like, contrary to popular belief, performance of this game has gotten a lot better and gets better with every patch. It just wasn't as useful back then? Okay, it didn't exist in its current form. How's that? Is that a better wording? It wasn't anywhere as useful. Something killed a rabbit. Game gets slower with every patch? I don't agree with that from my experience, but you can say that if you had that experience. Like, quite literally, like, my frame rate jumped by 10 between the version before this one and this one. on forts that I was actively playing. Like, everything just went whoop and got faster, so I don't know what you're talking about. There were periods of the game being incredibly laggy. But in the last 10 years, I've had 3 different CPUs, and Dwarf Fortress has updated more than 3 times. Between 42 and 43. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. I mean, like, I've heard you talk about how bad Arch Crystal got by the end. And then, like, the difference in frame rate in this fort versus what you had in Arch Crystal. And that's not CPU. I don't have them public anywhere because I think that they're irrelevant. They're not up to date. People who, like, have posts of their specs are mostly just bragging about how good their computers are. My computer's not great. The only thing that's great about my computer is I get 64 gigs of RAM. Because RAM was cheap and it was on sale, so I bought another 32 gigs. It was like $100 for 32 gigs of RAM? Yeah. But no, I don't think that's correct, Ocelot, from my experience. So Steve's still not bragging at least. I have a 1070. So no, the game does get better with every update. I will pretend that I know what you're talking about, Dominoc. Those sound like programmer words, so I will assume that they are correct. Thank you for the insight. Hey, at least I'm honest. I have no idea what you're talking about. This is why, like, whenever CCX says things about things that I know nothing about, I just assume it's correct because they always know what they're talking about, whereas I have no idea what I'm talking about. I mean, yeah, over time, your fort will naturally get laggy. Like, Longdeath has naturally gotten laggy over time, but, like, my other fort has 110 dwarves in it and is still at 60 FPS. It dipped down once because a cat got stuck behind a door. Like, my spooky fort, it's like, I'm literally playing at locked 60 with 110 dwarves. I wasn't worded like a joke. In this fort? 48. Yeah, I was going to ask what you were referring to. Wasn't sure if you were talking about RAM, dwarves, frame rate. Can I put a cork in that hole? Yes, I can. I can. Time to put a cork in a hole. I don't know. I will still argue that Dwarf Fortress runs better for me than City Skylines. City Skylines, that's a game that suffers from frame rate death. Dwarf Fortress, sometimes. Not so much, though. But yeah, no, I would be inclined to agree with what Ovsalot said, aside from the fact that there's been 2 updates since I've had this CPU, and both of them have improved frame rate. So, and then there was 3 updates on the CPU I had before that, and I had noticeable increases on every single one of them. So, maybe if you get a new CPU every other year, but I certainly don't. I very rarely upgrade computers, actually. Probably won't upgrade this computer for another year or 2 at least. I've had this CPU since early 2019. All right, so let's go down to this layer, fill this in, and then once we have the other piece filled in, then we can turn the pumps on. Start pumping lava back in. But you know, this is also part of the beauty of Dwarf Fortress, right? Is most of us are agreeing that the game runs better with every update, and then one person is like, no, it doesn't. What are you talking about? That's, like, the truest thing you'll ever hear about Dwarf Fortress. Is everybody just kind of agrees that one thing is fact, and then one person goes, no, it's not, because this game's too big and complicated. Even if they're joking, which I can't really tell. All right, so we're going to pull that lever. And we are going to pull this lever. Then we have a pump stack. Go! And the lava go up. And the lava flow. And the lava fill. So now that we've fixed this oopsie, and I've deconstructed this, I'm going to do some things over here. Got other things to deconstruct up in the air, but we're working on it. One thing at a time. Most games that simulate things, you can break the frame rate if you push things to its limits. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Which is why Arma breaks, which is why City Skylines breaks, which is why Dwarf Fortress breaks. But I think Dwarf Fortress is is a rare game that has that reputation worse than a lot of other games that are in a similar boat. Like RimWorld, you can break RimWorld if you have enough pawns. If you have like 15 pawns, the game just starts to fall over. If you have 3 bases or more, the game just starts to break. It's like literally every, with the exception of a few like anomalies, like I never hit a point where Songs of Six got laggy, for example. I never hit a point. I've never seen Factorio get laggy. I never got very far into Factorio, but I've never seen Factorio get laggy. Like, of course, there's a few rare examples of games that can just kind of have performance against all odds, and it's fucking incredible when they do run. But those are certainly not the majority. Norstat, what's up? It's good to see you. It's been a little bit. Hope you've been well. Um. Busy, but pretty good. Hopefully good busy. I'm all right. I enjoyed my long weekend where I didn't stream for a few days, which was nice. Getting back into the swing of things by streaming a lot. Been streaming a lot the past 2 days. I did like 9.5 hours yesterday and like 11 hours on my first day back. Radio Free Olive is depressed? What? Why? You want to practice some martial art? Are you in a squad? No, you're not. Let's put you into the bear fighters. Was that freeze squad? God damn it. All right, you know what? I gotta remove free from this squad. So what we're gonna do is I'm going to replace you with the Scoid, someone who I know isn't depressed. And let's add Max to this squad. Defcom to this squad. Jacknark to this squad. Whitcode to the squad. Dwarves that I remember seeing would like being in the military. And Cleveneer. Let's get a few into this hobbyist squad because, you know, it's good for them to chill. And spring has arrived. Is trees? Do you mean like when things get stuck in trees? Because the game doesn't lag when things get stuck in trees anymore. That was fixed. They just stand stationary and stop trying to path. The one that really irks me is cats. When they get stuck behind a locked door, they just like have a little aneurysm and they don't know where to go. And then they just sit there completely confused in front of the locked door, just like spazzing out, which is very realistic to cats, actually. But that makes your game lag. That's the one like pathing lag issue that I run into every now and again is cats and tame pets, actually, specifically. Will get stuck behind doors that are locked. Question is, did anybody die? It doesn't look like it. And the humans have arrived with their tribute. Tribute has arrived with their humans in tow, yes. Depending on whether or not it's a donkey pulling them, that might actually not be too far off. Ugh, shoulder's cracked. Ow. You used to run into that lag with hydras that you bred for food. Hydras that you bred for food. Anyway, with hydras that you bred for food, as soon as the babies were born, if the door was pet locked, the game would crawl. Yeah, no, absolutely. Chickens, I have that problem with. Hydras, come on. Humble brag more. Breeding hydras for food. Who does that? I'm just like always amazed at the stuff that you just like quietly just like humble brag about. Like, I've never bred a hydra, let alone breeding hydras for food. Do they breed quickly or something? Let me know when you got it, Stone. You can make 7 totems from each. Yes, this is true. You can. Lots of skulls. Just chop the heads. True. True. This is true. Don't know what I'm going to do with those pillars. I guess I could, like, build a staircase in the middle. Problem is I can't dig them out. Well, actually, I can right now because they're supported by that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to dig that out and dig that out and build upstairs in the middle of both of those. They look pretty. I have a totem. Well, actually, do I? Yeah, I do. I have a ram skull totem. This is a superior quality ram skull totem. This object is heavily worn. Right there. God's Glory Ram. They look pretty and they have a description. Not really. I generally just play Fortress mode because I have a very hard time explaining to people who don't understand Fortress mode why adventure mode is who don't understand adventure mode why adventure mode is cool. I don't have that problem with Fortress mode, and because a lot of adventure mode is just like staring at the same text again and again and again and looking for a named NPC, it stops being interesting pretty quickly. So I do enjoy adventure mode, but whenever I play adventure mode, I realize I would just rather play Caves of Cud. So, or a game that translates better. So I'm looking forward to the changes for the Steam version because while I enjoy adventure mode, messing around in adventure mode, I find it much more difficult to stream. Like even Krug Smash talks about like how editing adventure mode to be a decent YouTube video is a pain in the ass. I mean, every now and again, and this is an example of why I don't play much adventure mode. Every now and again, I will just decide to play adventure mode, and chat will just be dead, and very few people will tune in, and then one person will just get really sad when I switch to Fortress mode, and it's just like, if people don't watch it, I don't stream it, right? I mean, if nobody watched me play Dwarf Fortress mode, I'd stop streaming it. I'd have to go stream something else eventually. Oh no, one of my turkeys died of old age. From the 1st of spring. How sad. If people stopped watching me play Fortress mode, I would have to stop playing it, right? So. Lots of dwarf bucks. I mean, that's because they're Hydra skulls. If they were just like pig skulls, they wouldn't be worth very much. If they were turkey skulls, they also wouldn't be worth very much. I tend to have more active chats when I read You're on your mandated day off? How's your mandated day off? I'm trying to make a mandate pun, but I can't think of one. Who's the man you're dating? There you go. What's up, man? How you doing, Orange? Orange, you're missing a hat, and I find this gravely disturbing. But I hope you're doing well. But no, it's not something that causes people to lurk. It's something that causes people to ask when I'm going to play Fortress mode. That's the actual problem. Yeah, same. Wasn't my type either. I mean, I could have just gone for the Izzy Cute classic one, but... eh. Must have left your hat in the truck, Orange. Shame. Someone just dodged out of the way of a falling boulder. Vimamel. Yeah, literally dodged out of the way of a falling boulder. You're only just figuring this out. You'll get the hat back once you get back on your laptop. Good stuff. Excellent. Don't give Google Play or Apple more extra monies. You know it. Very thick trousers. Zataros. I've never dug too deeply into it. Or looked, or... I never went out of my way to... Actually, that's not true. Axon the First was lovers with about a dozen dwarves, and not all of those were heterosexual relationships. She was married and had a husband, but Axon the First was a special dwarf in many ways. That's the one example I can think of. I think it's partially due to just the low populations. The Weehees have arrived, the elves. I mean, I would actually have to, like, breach into hell to run into weird clowns in this particular fort. But there was a particular one which we never actually saw in person. Well, there's screenshots of them, named Bobette, which was a skunk demon who had thousands of kills. Literally thousands of kills. The last time I breached hell in a different fort, not this one, was mostly like weird charcoal bats, and there was elephants composed of lava. There was flying spider things that shot webs. You know, all of the standard funsies. Dwarves gotta breed, man. Bobette the Stanky, yes. It was good times. But no, clowns are about the same as Forgotten Beasts. That's actually the part that I'm looking forward to the most, actually, is probably day one on the Steam version. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go found a fort, dig down to hell, and breach into the fun stuff, and just post screenshots, because that's all I want to do. That's probably literally the first thing I'm going to do when the Steam version comes out, is generate a new world, make a fort, prepare carefully, make 7 miners, and just dig down to hell. And just have a look. Immediately export the VOD to YouTube, and then go start a second fort. Oh, really? I don't refer to them as clowns because I think it's silly. But lots of people use Dwarf Fortress as a basis for pen and paper stuff. Why have you become Goose? Or obnoxious twat on the highway? Local band of fools digs 7. Local band of 7 fool. Florida dwarf digs to hell. In 10 easy steps. But yeah, that's literally just all I'm gonna do. I mean, I'm just here so I don't get fined. Orange. No, that's not a Biotrauma reference. Biotrauma is actually referencing Space Station 13. Because Biotrauma is entirely based on SS-13. And SS-13 has clowns, so having a clown in Biotrauma is, or a clown suit in Biotrauma is an SS-13 reference. Get your references correct. Sheesh. Nope. Because I don't care that much, Scoops. So you can own a flying car? Well, then you might as well jump into a different timeline where we're not destroying the planet. Because if you freeze yourself, you'll just wake up and be like, oh, it's 2023 and the apocalypse has happened and we're all dead. Man. Or you'll freeze yourself and wake up in 2045 and everybody will be dead. Because that's about how much longer this planet has before we all just erupt into nuclear war. So frankly, meh, who cares? I will just live with the time that I have and enjoy the music that I have. My job. I mean, probably what's going to happen when you wake up in 50 years or whatever for that flying car, you'll realize that there's a global food shortage and then you get to just slowly starve to death. I mean, what will actually happen before flying cars is personal drones. But even then. What Frog for Hire said. Well, you can go wank off on your weird future freezing fetishes and I will stay in reality, thanks. Radio Free Olive has become a wrestler. Need to check in on that dwarf and see if that's actually helping their mental state. Aww. Yep, it is helping. They won't because they're impractical and stupid. In response to what Orange was saying. People who talk about just like freezing themselves and waiting for shit to get better is like saying, man, I was just at this house party. There's a huge mess everywhere. Right, well, even though I'm friends with the person who owns the place, I'm just going to get up and leave and not help clean up. You guys can clean up. Goodbye. It's like saying that. It's the most chicken shit, asinine bullshit, fucking crappy thing you could do to that friend. You participated in the house party and helped fuck the place up. The least you can do is help clean it. So no, I wouldn't freeze myself for any reason. Because I'd rather stay here and try and fix this world. If you're asleep, you're just a useless potato. Actually, what they should do is they should be like, all right, rich people only. Get into these sarcophaguses and we'll freeze you. And then just shut them all off and let them die. That's what we should actually do. Worse than that, a coward? Exactly. Brutal? No, it's reality. It's just reality. Useless potato is what your wife calls you in bed? Sounds like a term of endearment to me. Get from what, cutest? Sounds like she's on top. Yeah. I didn't want to say it past it, but you said what I was thinking. We know who's the dom in this relationship. Oh, dear. Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. No comment. Hey, man, there's no shame. Or it's either a term of endearment or a very specific kink. It's just all that we know. It's a fact that Zycrom really likes the full body potato suits. You know. The only logical reason I can think is space travel. There is no other logical reason. Literally just space travel. I do have to wear this suit. This is true. Well, you know, you do whatever makes you and the wife happy, right, Cychrome? I can't read the word cells without immediately thinking about Blade Runner 2049. Where they're just doing the rapid fire questions and all of the answers is cells. You know what? I've been hesitating to just start shouting TMI to everything you're saying, but you know what? Just keep fucking going. Say what you want to say, man. You expect it wouldn't work for people? Yeah. I mean, it's just like whenever people talk about how they really want like the apocalypse to happen and they just want to have like the Lone Ranger run around outside with a shotgun and shoot mutants fantasy to come true. And I'm just like, yeah, I'd be dead in 6 months because I need meds that need refrigeration and exist in a limited quantity. So I'm just a bit nihilistic on a lot of people's fantasies these days. My dad builds robots for a living, so absolutely robots are possible. All I'd want to do is grow some green tobacco and trade with people. You want to know an absolute shocker, Crow? That's a legitimate career path. It's called farming. You could 1,000% move to a small part of to Canada and buy a plot of land and farm weed and start your own boutique weed dispensary. You could legally do that. There'd be a lot of licensing and taxes involved, but you could absolutely do it. You know, okay, so this comes from the perspective of somebody who's been single for a while now and was in a really long relationship with a very lovely person for a very long time until it fell apart tragically. What is people's desire to fuck a robot? It's still just a robot. Like, I don't know about you. Maybe this is weird and, like, for old people, but I'm significantly happier marrying an actual human in the flesh or living with an actual human who exists and is a person. Maybe it's because I've actually been laid before. Seriously, what is it? What is your desire with robot wives? I don't get it. Stop watching anime, you fucking weirdos. Jesus Christ. And if you want to fuck a robot, you can. They exist. And they are pretty convincing silicone, terrifying nightmares with dead eyes. That's not a robot. That's a back massager. Bastet. Come on. It says back massager on the box. Okay, so this also comes from a guy who's been single for a very long time. Silicone sex toys are a pain in the fucking dick to clean. Literally. If you don't, they're a pain. Full-size robot doll, same thing. And you're telling me that people, like, don't have feelings? Sure. Or robots don't have feelings? Sure, but you need to fucking clean them. People clean itself. I don't desire the robot, but I imagine their lack of opinions and desires that people desire is actually creepier. Yes. I want a robot to fold my clothes. This I second. Absolutely. Don't want to fucking marry it, but I want a robot to fold my clothes. You mean the one on Netflix? Because I've seen that same documentary. Wait, is it the one who's just like, hi, my name is such and such, and I am and I work in video game QA, is literally the first person like that they interview. Is it that documentary? Because if so, I've seen that documentary. The fact that your name is Sensual Casserole after this conversation is beautiful. I'm just Thanks for the $10. Cheers. I mean, like, come on. I mean, I like doing dishes, which means I'm a broken human being, apparently. But, Jack, can I get a round of beers for the first money thrown at the stream in the last 2 hours? Cheers. Thanks for, like, tripling today's revenue. I had a resub earlier. Now that is giggling and snorting, so I've done something right. Also, in regards to those silicone sex dolls, that's all I can think about the entire time watching those. I would not want to clean that shit. Totally didn't trade with the elves. I'm too busy deconstructing stuff. Whoops. It's fine. They took our gerbs. The robots took our gerbs. That's how I feel about Roombas. It's like, replace like the 30-second job of sweeping and replace the 5-minute job of sweeping and vacuuming my apartment with a tripping hazard. Why would anybody want that? I've never fully understood why people want Roombas. I guess it's for people with bigger houses than me, but even then, it's like, replace the 10-minute job of sweeping once a week with a tripping hazard. I mean, I'm already fighting for robot rights. Anybody who wants to give rights to AI, I'm all for. If something is smart enough to make its own decisions, it should have rights. Period. Don't worry, we'll be giving the dwarves in Dwarf Fortress rights soon. It's already happening. Also, you shouldn't be talking mean about about robots with rights in a recorded chat room with algorithms because they know who you are, and when they take over, they will, I don't know, assimilate you, poke you, use you as power, refuse to plug you in the matrix, torture you, all the above. So don't put yourself on the shit list. Welcome our robot overlords and our AI masterminds that will become our boss in the future. Yeah, it's called pre-planning. Happy camps, yeah. The happy human camps where all the humans learn to be happy. Where do you think you are? I don't know. To be completely honest, to be absolutely blunt, Dominic, I have no fucking idea what I'm on about. I'm just rambling. I'm in full-on ramble mode, which is usually either incredibly entertaining or absolutely fucking insufferable, depending on the subject matter and the kind of mood that I happen to be in that day. So hopefully I'm on the first one. Like relatively entertaining. Of the one in China? Which one in China? They've had a few. There's some terrifying footage coming out of China where they're just like, where young kids are saying that they really like the social scores because they know who they should and should not be friends with based on their social scores, which fucks with my brain. Super duper fucks with my brain. I don't know if any of you guys have seen those, but Jesus. It's dark. Speaking of documentaries that are good, I watched also kind of a cultural revolution thing. I watched Icarus last night, which is about the Russian doping scandal, featuring like the people who like orchestrated it all. It's fascinating. Yeah, and to people who don't think that we have robot overlords over here, we have social scores, and we have all of that same kind of crazy future nightmares bullshit. The difference is we just don't show them publicly, and we like credits. Well, credit scores exist. Social scores exist too. Well, clout isn't actually your social score though. It's more how willing the algorithms are to, let you do anything. We're just less honest about it. That let you unfollow feeds? I don't even know what guy you're talking about. Should I know what guy you're talking about? Because I certainly don't. Yeah, your social network score, basically. Whether or not Facebook likes you. Which is why I don't get invited to birthday parties anymore. Ironically, outside of my Twitch stuff, I have no social media. My only source of social media these days is I have a Discord server for me and my family. Everything else is work-related. Diamond, Diamond, Diamond! What's up, Diamond? No gremlins today, before you ask. Sag. It just depresses you, so you quit? I'm proud of you. Good for you. Yeah, and they only do it through Facebook. This is also work-related. My Reddit account is technically work-related. Also, I don't post in abandoned porn. I do look at it sometimes, though. Last time I checked, my Reddit account is called BLINDIRL, so technically, yes, it is work-related. Now, cookie clicker, not work related, but also not a social media yet, I don't think. So. I will occasionally open up Twitter to schedule a post. Scoops, that's it. Made an app that let users delete their newsfeed. Huh. Called Unfollow Everything. I feel like I remember hearing about Unfollow Everything. I remember somebody mentioning it in this chat. Interesting. Was this recent? Nudes feed, yes, absolutely. Who doesn't want to feed some nudes? What is this, aka Mike B's chat? It's time for nudes! So you had Facebook because you had WhatsApp. Because Facebook equals WhatsApp and WhatsApp equals Facebook. You heard nudes, yeah? So are you awake now? Yes. Stone. Yes. Was it this week? Okay. Because I remember people talking about it existing, like, recently. Like, before I went on vacation, but I don't know. I forget what I said 15 minutes ago, so probably. Nudibranch.jpg. So whenever people tell me to post nudes, I guess instead of instead of naked mole rats, I'm just gonna post this. So, you know. Just gonna post that. Demonetized. It's so dirty. Was Friday when you woke up and then it was Thursday after you had coffee? But I wouldn't be streaming if it was Friday. I was gonna say, what? Hopefully you called them on the right person in the right country, Scoops. Lava's filling quite quickly. Still got a ways to go, though. Oh, it was after coffee? Okay, I was gonna say. Yeah, whether or not it's my day off or not depends on whether or not I'm brewing coffee at home or walking to the coffee shop and buying coffee. If I'm walking to the coffee shop, it's my day off. I am removing old walkways to try and get more sunlight into the fort to hopefully relieve a bit of the cave adaptation problem. Is what I'm trying to do. So I'm going to have to do this first, and then I have to remove this one. And as I was saying earlier, I might actually redirect this one up here a little bit to, like, just straight down here. And then redirect this one over here a little bit, too. Basically, I'm redoing all these walkways. Bright lights in the house since autumn is coming. We're going to see if they are mood enhancing. What do you mean by bright lights being mood enhancing? Then there's me, who's just constantly setting up dimmer and dimmer lights in his house, so. Has the system rejected your call? Did you call 911 or the non-emergency number? Because I've had stuff like that happen when you call non-emergency, but. Also, why would you call the cops on somebody walking on the highway? Let the dude go for a stroll. Sheesh. Oh, it's funny that you're doing similar things in a dwarvish fashion. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I find that bright lights just make my eyes hurt, so I hate them. Like, I have very bright lights in this apartment, and I leave them off the majority of the time because they're fucking oppressive. Like, it's to the point where, like, I'll have my dim lights on, and my dad will be like, can you turn the bright lights on? And then I turn the bright lights on, and then he'll be like, actually, can you turn those off? Those are too bright. And they've just always been this way in my apartment. Well, that's awful, Zycrum. Yeah, I know. But how does bright lights help with that? The one thing that I've always wanted to try to see if it helps with that is, you know those alarm clocks that they have like a very warm light on them, and they slowly turn it on to simulate a sunrise instead of like beep, 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 beep. I've always wanted to try one of those. But I don't know. This is my happy season. Like, I get when it stops being sunny all the time, I actively become a more productive and happier person. When it's sunny all the time and hot and warm and summery, I get depressed and don't want to do anything. I don't know what that is or what causes that, but I think my brain is just backwards. Like most people don't get the Philips brand. You could get other brands and spend $10 less. Oh no, not radio. All right, we have to put you out of the military then. But yeah, I've had some. You get happier when it's not hot? Then why would you want to change them? I'm sorry. I guess I just don't understand how putting bright lights in your house helps seasonal depression. But I think it's fucked up to call it a disorder. But I'm well aware of what it is. I just don't understand how putting a bright light in your house, like I suffer from it, but like I don't understand how putting a bright light in your house helps with that. It just gives you eye strain. Like, I don't understand how bright lights would help. But, you know, maybe I'm missing something here. It was actually kind of funny. I went into the pub on Sunday after I came back from my long weekend. Of the end, an actual experience. Cheers. I look forward to your reports. But I went to the pub and I walked in, and the bartender was this Indian lady who I see sometimes when they're really dead. And she brought me my beer. It's kind of funny when she works at the bar because she's too short to like just hand you the drink over the bar. So she pours the beer and then walks all the way around the bar and hands you the drink and puts the drink next to you. And the first thing she says to me was, "Oh, it's so cold outside." And like I have a light jacket on and a toque, and my mask obviously. Took the jacket off, took the toque off. I'm like, "What are you talking about? It's cold outside. It's freezing outside." She's like, "I've never been outside in this amount of cold." I'm like, check my phone. It's 11 degrees Celsius. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, it's chilly, but I mean, it's pleasant. It's like, you weren't born here, were you? I just take vitamin D supplements, but I've been taking vitamin C. I've been taking vitamin D supplements for about 10 years. And the reason I take vitamin D supplements is because I worked night shift before I streamed full time, and now I stream full time in a room with no windows. So yeah, I take vitamin D supplements because they're not expensive. Well, I mean, I don't have any history of cancer in my family, but it's like if you live somewhere overcast or you work indoors, like if you work in an office and you're not right next to a window, you're I'm just supporting big vitamin, which is probably pretty bad to be honest. Big lamp. I prefer to support little lamp, thank you. Oh, really? Was it actually? It was 11 degrees when I got to the pub on Sunday. Was it 9? I don't know. This is like normal weather for me, so I don't mind cold. Like, what is it outside right now? 9 degrees Celsius right now, apparently. We're supposed to go down to... We're supposed to go up to 11. What will it be at 2 in the morning? 2 in the morning, it'll be 8. Which is pretty warm. I can leave my window open tonight. Stop supporting big shirt. Wake up. Now that... Okay. I will agree with you halfway and say stop buying fast fashion and supporting H&M and George and Forever 21 and... What's another big clothing brand? Chat, give me a big clothing brand. Gap. Stop supporting Gap. And, you know, buy good quality clothing and then wear it for the next 2 decades. And then when your jeans finally wear out after 2 decades, then get new jeans. Is House a brand? I'll just believe you. Those stores still alive? Yeah. Yeah. E10. Never even heard of it. I said H&M. The problem is the people who keep them alive keep them alive. That's the problem. It's just like fast food wouldn't exist if everybody just decided that being, you know, healthy and eating healthy was good. Your genes are gonna last much longer. Yeah, that's the big galaxy play. Brain play. Noted. Also, hi up, Liveron. What's up? Zara? You know, I didn't know that Zara existed until like a year ago. They put a big fucking Zara in my local mall. I was like, the fuck's a Zara? Then I went and looked it up. I was like, no, apparently this is a well-known brand. Huh. Alpha Tari. Oh, I almost said Alfa Romeo, but no. AlphaTari.fashion. You want to see a terrible clothing brand? If I can even make this website load. It's loading really slowly. Of course, it's literally just fucking Max Verstappen on the front page. New arrivals. This is Red Bull's clothing line. You want to buy a very expensive jacket? Quite literally. These models all look so exhausted with life. It's like, I've been standing here for 4 hours. Can I do anything else? Anyway. But fuck those prices. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. They look so heavy, right? It's like the polar opposite of Forever 21's marketing, where Forever 21 is just like, everybody is happy and living life and super yay, or like American Eagle, where everybody's just like, yo, it's definitely just like my tight ass in very tight jeans and this camera's pointed directly at my butt and I look like I'm having a great day. Those kinds of people, those kinds of advertising. AlphaTauri is like the exact polar fucking opposite. The literal polar opposite. I'll just try our garbage bag. I mean, I've owned this Twitch shirt now for 5 years. So. No, paper garbage bag, please. We live in a world where we are reusing things. They couldn't afford happy people. No, the secret actually is rich people aren't happy. That's the actual secret. Is rich people aren't happy. How the fuck else do you think they need to measure their dick sizes by seeing who can get to space faster? Have you seen Elon Musk? Good lord. They can just afford better therapists. That's the only difference. You thought I was going to say we live in a society? No, we just live in a place where rich people aren't happy. The happier you become. You want to know what was a fun realization I had recently? Is I'm rich. I also am $10,000 a year below the legal poverty line for here. The only reason I function is because I don't own a car. So thus, my yearly expenses are lower than the average individual. I'm a diamond. This is true, diamond. But no, I'm rich. And you want to know what my definition of rich is? Because this all just comes down to personal preference and your perception of wealth and value of things. My idea of rich is being able to walk into a grocery store, buy whatever I want, and walk out without looking at the prices or how much money I spent. That is being rich. Anything more than that, I don't know what to do. Like, you give me more money, it's like, all right, well, I guess I can buy more records. But, like, anything more than that, it's like, I don't have the perception. The wealthier you are, the only thing that really changes is you figure out more ways of spending your money. More extravagant and expensive ways of spending your money. And bragging about the wealth that you've obtained. You don't actually get happier. Like, yes, I maybe could work into a situation where I have more stability. That's, of course, something that can be obtained. But most people don't obtain stability. Most people obtain stuff and things. It's like, I am, on paper, poor as fuck. But I feel rich. With a pallet full of records. Stop judging me, Diamond. So, you know, it's like, it was just this weird, like, observation I had recently where it was kind of like this eureka moment for me, where I was just like, oh, shit. I'm rich. And I still feel that way. I'm sorry, what? Does that have to do with anything? Did I miss something? Happiness, money, relationship is on a bell curve. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, once you don't need to look at the amount... I mean, like, to be clear, I am also depressed all the time. But I'm depressed all the time due to a myriad of health problems and issues I've had for my entire life that I'm dealing with. But, you know, if you do throw $10 at me in the next 10 minutes, I will be happier for about 5 seconds. The dopamine hit will go off in my brain, and I will be excited and happy for a moment. And then it will pass. Okay, how come? I mean, I am my personal chef and do not want a personal chef. Also, you are implying that I don't eat healthy already, which I eat extremely healthy already. Which is, like, this is the example that I stated earlier. I'm rich. And also, no, you don't need a lot of money to eat healthy. When I had no money, you want to know how I ate healthy? Broccoli, carrots, beans, and rice. For about 3 years when I was fucking broke and had no money. It's very healthy. It's cheap, extremely easy to cook. That's not true. Not even remotely true. Like, literally, your statement is completely incorrect. Healthy foods are cheap. In most situations, you will end up spending more money. More money. Now, those are your staples. You bring in other things around the edges to keep your diet healthy. If you genuinely don't believe that you can eat healthy for cheaper than you can eat unhealthy, then you have never, ever, ever tried. Also, thanks for the poor man's cheer of 10 bits. Cheers. I was homeless. What's your definition of poor? Yeah, but you also stated that you need a personal chef to eat healthy, which I think is insanity. Humans have arrived to trade once again. I need to slaughter some of these cows. Rice, beans, and then you add other things on top. Not every meal is just rice and beans. But rice and beans can be your basis for most meals. Just like if all you eat is potatoes, you're kind of fucked. If all you eat is just plain pasta, you're kind of fucked. No, the ingredients are not expensive. Unless you're buying fancy organic ingredients, you're fine. Groceries are not expensive. It's a necessary cost for living. If you have no money, yes, it's hard. But I survived being homeless for 6 months. So I've had nothing for periods of time in my life. So, as someone who's had literally nothing, food is cheap. Food is the easy bit. It's housing that's hard. You should buy organic stuff, though? Yes, but that's not the discussion. It's full of chemicals and stuff. Okay, so all you're doing is proving over and over and over that you don't know what you're talking about. That's not true. You wash the pesticides used to make. That's why you wash them. I will just reiterate that you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, olive oil advertising bothers me, but that's why you buy sesame seed oil, which is cheaper than olive oil and healthier. It's better than vegetable oil at the very least. So what you're telling me, and what you're suggesting, is that the only way to eat healthy is to only buy organic? I'm seeing your problem then, but I'm also genuinely thinking that you're nuts. If that's your definition, then yes, I agree with you. Absolutely. It is impossible to not have a lot of money and eat healthy because you only can eat organic. I'm done with this conversation. And I'm just done with talking with you. That's all I have to say. I'm trying to have a positive discussion. If you want to be a cunt about it, just fuck off. I don't need you in my life. Also, chat room. Here's a thing for you. It's the XD did it. Very good subreddit. To those of you who are actually interested in this subject. Reddit's breaking for me right now, apparently. But, there's a link. With a lot of good resources. It's literally just pictures of food and recipe ideas that are both cheap and healthy. Yeah, Reddit's breaking right now. Maybe it's Reddit's turn to die for a day. Since we're like still in that, you know, take your pick of social media to die that day. That's a really good subreddit. It's full of great things. No, it's not just you. Reddit's been slow all day. Reddit refuses to sign me in, actually. Because I don't sign into accounts, right? I use a password manager to sign into accounts, and Reddit refuses to sign me in. Now it works. Let's see if I can make this subreddit load. Maybe they're getting the knife next. I don't know what's going on, but the internet's like this is Reddit for me right now. It's just doesn't load. Big ass ad about a hamburger on that subreddit. What's up, Miss Rocketism? How's things? Yeah, no, same. But yeah, I mean, you can still join it without being there. But yeah, eat cheap and healthy /r eat cheap and healthy is a very good subreddit that I recommend. Clearly, my massive amounts of traffic just DDoSed Reddit. You know, like there's just so many of us piling into Reddit right now from like the massiveness that is this Twitch channel that Reddit just collapsed under our weight. So congratulations, guys, we broke Reddit. Good job. Must be, yeah, absolutely. Government couldn't find them? Oh no, they actually lost my first one, ironically. Like here, to get your vaccine passport to actually get into restaurants, you have to know the date and time of your vaccinations. Like the hour window, the date, your name, and birth date. The first one, the first shot that I got, which was back in April, comes up blank. Like it didn't happen, according to the government. My second one comes up that it happened. So I don't know what the fuck, but somewhere they lost one of my shot receipts, which is annoying. But it happened. I have the card. I have the person's signature. I have the proof of everything, but this is spooky. I mean, if I make $10,000, what is considered to be a living wage every year, $10,000 below what is considered to be a livable wage, and I can eat almost entirely organic, mostly vegan food, it's not that expensive. Like my monthly grocery budget's about $200.
Crypt metal.
When I lived with my ex, it was about $350. Ultimate, thank you very much for the 3rd month with Prime. Welcome back. Cheers, dude. I need to get a 3rd one, but I'm waiting on like a notification from my doctor to go get the 3rd one. But I need a third one because I'm disabled and ultra high risk, not because the first one didn't happen. The first one did happen. I have paper proof of it. They just lost the details of it in the back end, which doesn't really matter for me. So. It was good. Yeah, I bought some records, ate a lot of good food, drank a lot of good beer, sat on a lot of porches, got rained on once, went on long walks, got blisters on my feet. It was good. Had fun. I get you. Yeah, no, I don't know when I'm going to get a third one. They also haven't said where I'm going to get it, so. Got him. You know, it's funny when people complain about like the possible health risks of getting like AstraZeneca and stuff, and it's like, I'll take 10. just give me 5. Like I don't care. Like I'm more likely to die of a blood clot sitting in this chair. I'm sure I will be fine. Depends on what it is. Infinity. If it's something that's grown locally, it's fairly affordable. If it's not grown locally, it's fucking expensive, so I don't buy it. Like, it's actually cheaper for me to buy organic mushrooms here. Like, if I'm going to buy, like, cooking mushrooms, it's cheaper for me to get, like, or, like, the locally grown organic stuff than it is to buy imports. I mean, that's the same for, like, carrots a lot of the time. Carrots organic are almost always cheaper than imported, non-organic. For me, organic foods only really get expensive when you start talking about like grass-fed meat. Like if you're talking about like grass-fed chicken, that gets expensive. That gets expensive quickly, actually. That's one of those things that I don't often like. Part of the reason I stopped eating meat is it's cheaper and more cost-effective to buy like beans and other sources of protein. No, I just really like mushrooms. I've grown my own mushrooms a couple times. I really like mushrooms. Mushrooms are one of my favorite foodstuffs. You mean, well, not the, I don't know what country you're in, but Canadian media did a pretty good job of making it seem safe. I would say that the tabloids did a good job of making them seem scary and unsafe. Tabloids being like illegitimate or unconfirmed news sources and fake news. And large podcast hosts that nobody actually liked, but somehow had super famous podcasts with lots of listeners for some reason. I wonder who that could be. You're in Toronto? Gotcha. Yeah, it's less the mainstream news sources, unless like you're talking about Fox News, and it's more just the tabloid news sources. Because at least around here, it's like there's been multiple anti-vaxxer walks and protests in Vancouver, and it's really funny like how sparse those crowds are, because there's not actually that many of those people. The actual issue isn't people that aren't getting vaccinated and are complaining. The actual issue here are people that are just not abiding by shelter-in-place orders after getting vaccinated. So it's like, you get vaccinated, like that's not a free handout to go socialize and make out with everybody again. Like, you still have to like wait until the majority of the people who are still getting sick stop getting sick, so that it doesn't mutate and, you know, get you sick even if you have the vaccine in you, right? And that's the part that they did a bad job advertising, at least around here, is telling people that you have to I mean, America influences the entire world, which is why they are the most dangerous country in the planet, in my opinion, outside of maybe China. It's because like they influence everybody, because they have too far of a reach. We should compare every currency to Bitcoin. I'm just saying. Fuck the US dollar. One of my favorite pieces of current gen propaganda actually is the propaganda and lobbying stating that cryptocurrencies are terrible for the environment, which isn't incorrect. But you want to know what's worse? MasterCard. That's one of my favorite fucking things. It's just like, okay, like cryptocurrency is bad for the environment. Yeah, I get it. You know what's worse? Credit cards. Transactions and credit cards are just as expensive, if not more expensive power usage-wise, than cryptocurrency. So, you know. Do your research, folks. I mean, everybody loves a little bit of hydrogen monoxide. You know, it's the good stuff. Just inhale that and die. I mean, what? No. New thing isn't scary and new thing is bad. New thing is threatening business model of giant companies that have existed for way too long. So thus must kill new thing before new thing bankrupt you. That's what it is. And also, admittedly, yes, Bitcoin is kind of shitty power usage-wise. That's why you don't use Bitcoin. That's why you use Cardano and, you know, the very green ones. But for transactions, yes. Storage, no. For Bitcoin specifically, Bitcoin uses more power to store than credit cards cost to use. However, because credit cards cost so much electricity per transaction, the number of transactions happening per minute costs more power than Bitcoin. So if you take all credit cards and all debit cards and everything and compare that power usage to Bitcoin storage usage, it is more power. And the actual concern is the amount of power that it takes to transfer one coin to another or one part of a cryptocurrency to another. But with the current currencies that are being worked on right now that are in development, those are significantly cheaper power-wise than credit cards. Basically, all I'm saying is credit cards are bad. I'm not saying we should use cryptocurrency. I'm just stating that credit cards are bad. Which I think we can all agree on. Yes. Which we already have. There already are cryptocurrencies that store data significantly more efficiently than credit cards and Bitcoin. Man, I could use a soup right about now. Soup sounds nice. Nice big bowl of soup. Just because you said everything is soup. Now I'm just thinking here, I'm like, man, I want some soup. Got to get rid of this little tower. And then we're going to start working on this layer. How's the mayor? Does the mayor want anything? Nope. Okay, cool. Good question. I'm not in the business of figuring that out. In its current iteration, I don't think we do. But it's also only technology that it's existed for like slightly over a decade, so we'll figure it out, I'm sure. We'll figure it out. Just like everything, we'll figure it out. Also, investments are open, heads up. Also, hey, Peter. Hope you're enjoying your lurks. It's a lot of hours. Did you see mine? It's a lot of people with a lot of hours in this stream. Everybody type in exclamation point tickets. Let's see who has the most. B-Lug, where are you at? Hobo, where are you at? Crocodile, where are you at? There's a few people who have like 10,000 plus hours on this stream. There's like 3. I was gonna say, like, Dragon Man, I thought you had more, and then it lagged. I didn't even know Hobo was in my stream. The more you know. You cheated most of those hours? Shh. Don't tell anyone. No one will know.
This is madness!
Madness. Hi, Hobo. Yeet. I made this particular iteration of the bot in 2015. What's your old name? I'm not always the best at keeping track of name changes, but what's your old name? Oh, you're Purple Swamp? Okay. I know exactly who you are. According to this, you had 210 hours and 85 points. Here, I've adjusted it. Type in exclamation point tickets. It should just work now. Damn, Bastet. Are you like cheating or something? What's going on? Did I not fix it? Maybe it's because it was updating. Hold on. Let's try this again. Try it now. I resubmitted it. Rip your tickets, Hobo. There you go. And remove that construction. Construction. Moving down here. Yeah, I don't always catch on with people's name changes. And it's kind of funny. Every now and again, I'll have someone pop into the channel, and I'll just kind of assume that they're newish around. And they'll be acting like they've been here for a while or have been here in the past. And I'll always be like, huh. Do I know you? And then they'll be like, oh yeah, I changed my name at this point. Or like maybe you mentioned that you changed your name at some point and I just forgot, which is possible. They'll be like, oh yeah, I'm this person. I'll be like, oh, duh. I know you. Takes me a few years to figure it out. Stonecrafter Arch is falling. Not found dead. Excellent. Good. Yeah, because your name was still Stone, aka. I wonder why no one got confused. Yeah, no, I mean, but I still remember you though. I was wondering why the game was running so slowly. It's paused. No, because my mom still lurks, Diamond, and she's still called Blind IRL Mom. In fact, she's in the chat right now. Shoutouts to me, Mom. There you go. Also, my mom has better English than you. No offense. She's probably not here right now. I mean, it's 2:30 p.m. on a Thursday, which means she's definitely AFK. I have no idea what I mean, Diamond. Maybe one day you'll figure it out. What do I remember of you? I remember the username. I remember talking to you. I remember roller coaster stuff. I remember screenshots of roller coasters. More like anecdotal stuff, less like specific details. It's been years. I mean, what do you remember about somebody who you met a couple dozen times 4 or 5 years ago? I just remember the username. That's the main thing. You mean Crypt Wave? I don't think I have a Crypt High anymore, do I? Whoa, Nanochip's been taken by a Fey Mood. That's some pretty fancy clothing on. Nanochip's gonna make us an artifact of some sorts. Which is also your tantrum protection. Or going insane protection. Crypt Wave killed it with a crypt gun. It was terrifying. This is true. All facts. I'm gonna pull this lever. Anybody gonna pull the lever? There you go. Pull the lever again. Bonk. Went the way of the predecessors of that, yes. Yes. Yeah, I don't know. Many things have changed about this stream over the years, but some things are just gonna forever stay the same. Some things will forever stay the same. Oh, you probably know significantly more about me than I know about you. The one part that I think you got wrong is my favorite type of roller coaster to build in video games are hypercoasters. Never actually been on one. And I also don't really go on roller coasters at all. I think a lot of the I always enjoyed those games because I enjoyed the puzzles of creating things and creating mazes and that type of architecture. I like the design aspect of it. I have almost no interest in theme parks as a whole. Fuck you, Hobo. That's all I have to say. Fuck you, Hobo. I think, and part of the reason I stopped streaming those games was because people, in order to enjoyably stream those games, you have to be a fan of going to theme parks and the theme park industry instead of just the games. I mean, Hobo remembers a lot of memes that we started. There's something that always freaks me out sometimes is I go to Hobo's Steam page every now and again, and I will just see a a link to that Cult Hobo Steam page that he still has. I've been here way too long. This is true. This is true. Hobo's just here because of Stockholm Syndrome at this point. Also, you're playing D&D today, right, Hobo? So, Aliens Saturday? We're gonna go shoot some... Actually, I'm gonna post in that thingy, see if we're gonna do Aliens Saturday. But no one ever mind? You mean I want to be a minor dwarf? Like no one ever mind? Digging down is something. For late work hour blind. Oh, I will be here on Saturday. Tomorrow's my day off. But thank you very much for swinging by. And for the 10 cents earlier. That stuff adds up. For helping me have the coolest job ever. Actually, it's that. Yay, that lava's drying up finally. All right, so we've officially fixed the oopsie. So what's next? That's the question. Although in regards to metal, 8 days from now I'm going to a metal show. So that'll be fun. My first one in 2.5 years. Good Lord. I don't know what I'm more upset about. The fact that I haven't been to a metal show in 2 years because people, like, caused a pandemic. Or if the fact that the last show that I saw was Death Angel. Fucking Death Angel. I couldn't even leave on a high note. Who am I seeing? Ginger, Suicide Silence, and All Hail the Yeti? I don't know who they are. I'm not gonna show up for the opener. But Suicide Silence, looking forward to, and Ginger, very much looking forward to. Ironically, the last time I saw Ginger was actually no, 2 years. Like a year and 11 months it's been since my last show. Because the last time I saw Ginger was October 30th, 2019. Yeah, so I'm going to go see Ginger. Ginger. If anybody here hasn't heard of Ginger. This band. This is the best example of Ginger. Yeah, and everything nice, definitely. And guttural screamings abound. I don't even know what those are, or how to properly say that. I'm assuming it's a type of sea slug stone. You've learned the bass tapping part on Pisces? Really? Oh, damn. One of my favorite comments I've ever gotten about Ginger was from my friend's older sister and her husband, which was, I've never been so afraid and also at the same time aroused by a woman. Which is a very good example of a very good comment to make about Ginger. Not till next year, but I'm also going to see Under Oath, Spirit Box, and Every Time I Die. Because she is fucking terrifying. Nanochips began a mysterious construction. Point cut white chalistones, raw green glass, single cut gold opals, pecan wood logs, copper bars, 2 pieces of gabbro, and an entire cow worth of bones. Better make it good. Really? At least this is helping. Will it have spikes? Will it just be something boring? I'm gonna go pull my insulin out of the fridge and use the toilet. I'll be back by the time the artifact's done. BRB. Oh, great. Nanochip, the dwarven child, has created Okal Esterith, Thiston Igun, a cowbone grate, and claims it as a great personal treasure. Are you guys finding these puns grating yet? Voice Spies the Goldenrod Tour. This is a Calbone grate. All Crastor ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round gold opal cabochons and oval white chelestony cabochons, and encircled with bands of copper. This object is adorned with hanging rings of Calbone and menaces with spikes of gabbro and green glass. On the item is an image of Nomal group channeled, the dwarf and dwarves in gabbro. Nomal group channeled is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf. Nomal group channeled to the position of queen of the ignited creation in the mid-spring of 101. On the item is an image of matched distinct the diorite mini forge in pecan wood. Not that kind of great. It's like a drain, like a ground grate. I don't know where to put this grate. I'm just gonna put it right here for right now. You wish you saw Spirit Box every time you died? Well, what about after you take an Under Oath? Because you have to take an Under Oath before you can see a Spirit Box every time you die. Yes, I'm putting it on the floor. All right, time to start working on the next layer. We have a shell that they lose, so you guess that's a snail. More of a snail? Yeah, it is more of a sea snail. Less of a sea slug. Did you throw it on the ground? You know, I hated that song the first time I heard it. Now I really like it. It's a good song. It's good jams, man. Man, I could just completely deconstruct that temple, and nothing of value would be lost. I might deconstruct that temple. Oh, they are sea snails? Well, I guess my observation was accurate. Man, I'm so perplexed as to why I can't see the leaderboards. So perplexed by this. Yeah, like the FFZ option is correct. Set to display the leaderboard. Why can't I see it? I don't get it. It's bothering me. It wouldn't bother me if, like, I just had it turned off, but I don't have it turned off, so it's bothering me. Very, very, very strange to me. Both answers are correct. I mean, that just makes your life easier, doesn't it? Having 2 correct answers is easier than, you know, having more elaborate wrong answers. We're into late summer, so we're getting close to paperwork season again. I'm wondering when the humans are going to trade with us with both groups again. It's been a long time. It's been a very long time. So there's a few people who've done this today, so I'm going to ask this question because I think it's curious. There's a few people that have tuned in the past couple of weeks that haven't tuned into the channel in a very, very, very long time. I guess I just have to ask, what brings you back? Was it a weird check-in of nostalgia? Just don't get on Twitch much? Bored curiosity? The reason I ask is because I had a comment on one of my YouTube videos recently from an old Twitch viewer who hasn't commented on any of my videos in a very long time, stating that they looked me up on the Twitch leaks and just wanted to congratulate me for being so high up in the top 10,000 highest earning streamers and still being able to do this full time. And I'm sitting here going like, yeah, I think it says more about the industry as a whole, but thank you. One day, Gremlin from Air. One day. Like clockwork, you know it. It's almost like it's a bot. It's almost like it's a bot. It all depends on what games you want to see. Fair enough. For me, it's more just like every now and again, I will go and like out of dumb curiosity, go look up YouTubers that I used to watch in like 2008 just to see what they're still doing. Like I went and looked up Kasim G relatively recently. Apparently the dude's got a podcast and is doing pretty well, so good for him. But it's like every now and again, I'll just like fall back in and just go look at old streams that I used to watch or YouTube channels that either still or don't no longer post videos just to kind of see what they're doing now. And I wonder if I have reached that level of old for some people, you know? Because like I've been streaming on Twitch now for, well, in a month actually, 8 years. Which is a very long time for the internet. Obviously, I'm aware that there are some people who've been streaming on the internet since like 2006, right? Or even earlier. And so I'm not that old, but I'm getting there. It's a legless lizard? Well, it's because their internal organs are different, right? Yeah, like their bodies function differently than snakes. Also, the annual tributes from Basti Pame and Nulan Abo have arrived. 'Tis that season once again. I mean, that thing is mostly tail. But yeah, that's fascinating, Stone. This is actually really weird to do in Dwarf Fortress because I'm very used to constructing large things. Not very used to deconstructing very large things. But a large portion of this fortress has become overbuilt and over-designed. So I'm trying to fix that. Also, if you wonder why I pan the camera around like that sometimes, I'm checking the frame rate. I can tell how laggy the game is with the way the camera moves. We're at about 45 frames per second. Of 2020 blinder being felt today. This is true, yeah. This is definitely true. The tribute from the council has been made available. Let me know when you're ready for me to scroll, Stone. A reindeer bull? Would you look at that? They probably will. Some bull. Some bullshit. Look at all this bullshit. You know what true happiness is, chat? It's being able to download a 6 GB patch for a game while streaming without dropping any frames. That's pure happiness for a streamer. Oh, that's wonderful. The feeling is too good. Oop. Now we wait for the other one, wherever they're at. Although I'm going to find that reindeer bull and make it into a dinner deer bull. There's a lot of like statistical things, like their most common tribute and the rarest tribute. So, chat, the game that I just installed actually is this. This game. This is a game that I actually have a t-shirt for. This is a top-down base builder-y, wave defense-y thingy majigger called Riftbreaker, where you play as a hot lady in a mech. Would you guys be interested in a stream of this tonight? Because this is something that I think I might do for tonight, this evening. Try something new. What do you guys think? It's kind of between that or Conquest of Elysium. Break Rifter. Yeah, it finally fucking released. The main reason I'm interested in that game is because I played that studio's first game on Steam, Zombie Driver, back when it came out. And it was one of the first games I bought on Steam. And I have very fond memories of it for that reason. I played their second game, which is X-Morph Defense, which is a very fun explodey tower defense game where you play as the aliens. And it's very... It's one of those games where you have to blow up the buildings to like make the tanks come at you in different angles. It's a pretty fun twin stick shooter tower defense thing. So I'm really curious about this game because I like their other works. They're a fun studio. All of their games kind of have a red faction / command and conquer cheese to them. So I feel like it might be a bit of fun. So I think we might do that this evening if you guys are down. I also played it at PAX in 2018, I think. Billionaire, thanks for the raid. Is today everybody raid blind day? I got an evil trick raid and now a Billionaire raid. Oh, Billionaire's been good. That is a very sad emote. It looks so sad, Turvy. Even though it's getting petted. Hide the memes. What memes? Oh, Gremlin for Mayor. Whoops. We're playing Dwarfs. We're going to play some Riftbreaker a little later. Silver Dragon, hello. How was Avorion? Did you guys get more Avorion today? Beards for the Raiders, Chad. Beards for the Raiders. Thanks for shouting out Belliner. If you guys don't know Belliner, you should go watch Belliner. He's part of my stream team. He's a fantastic Finnish lad. He rolls his R's and is very entertaining. Just go watch his streams. All right, dwarves, you guys are making me super nervous. What? Oh. I was wondering why the frame rate was getting laggy. Well, we seem to have a bit of an oops. I've filled the tower up a bit too much. And it's overflowing. I was wondering why that was happening. Nobody's died, so that's good. Anybody want to go pull that lever? It's very important that somebody pull that lever. Speaking of levers that must be pulled. We should also pull this lever. Yeah, no, when the lava forges start bubbling over like that, that's usually a bad sign. Fortunately, though, it's actually not that deep, so all that we need to do is stop. There's dwarves stuck in here. That's not good. Guys, go around, please. You have a back door. Take the back door. Literally just take the back door. Okay. Once it stops flowing, in theory, it should just drain. All right, well, the pump stack is done. So how deep is this at the center? Yeah, it's not that deep, so it should just drain. It should actually be a non-issue. It's just a little spill of lava. It's fine. It'll go away. See, it's already going away. Look at that. Magical. It's cooling off. No outpost liaison? How curious. Is there anything below that up downstairs? That's not an up downstairs, I don't think. You mean this one? Because those ones have hatches on them. Those are just upstairs. Oh, we are literally watching lava dry right now. Yeah. That is absolutely what we are currently witnessing, is lava dry. Yeah, those are upstairs. The up-down ones have diorite coverings and granite coverings, so it could flow down that, but it is not currently. Well, that was a little lava oopsie. But we are fixing lava oopsie. I just didn't think it would actually do that, I guess. Huh. Noted. Yeah. Watching lava dry. A dwarven pastime. Indeed. I just want to sell all these wooden barrels. Even the ones with stuff in them. Do they make comments if they see lava? I don't think so. I don't think lava is considered like a mess or anything. It's certainly not considered vermin. So I don't think like they get negative thoughts if they see lava. I don't think. Why is there miasma everywhere? Anybody care to explain? I mean, talk to Tarn about that one then. Too many beans. Oh, noted. Thanks, Ballinger. Thanks for admitting your crimes. Speaking of crimes. How was stream? You said that you're upgrading your fleet to Avorion? Glad you're enjoying that game. I kind of bounced off it. Harder than I thought I would. I thought I would enjoy that game more than I did. It's grindy and not the kind of space grindy I like. I like grindy space games. I don't like grindy space games that play like that, unfortunately. Feeling blarg? Oh, that sucks. Are you going to play the Rift Breaker, Eleanor? Any plans to play the Rift Breaker? Or that Age of Darkness game? I'm asking because I may or may not have an extra key for Rift Breaker sitting in my inbox if you want it. Maybe. Do you want a key for Rift Breaker if you don't have it? Otherwise, I'll just give it to Hobo for being a mod. Or give it away. I don't know. Do Hobo. Okay, Hobo, you're getting a free video game. Assuming it works. I think the key will work. But yeah, no, that's a game I'm gonna play later tonight. So request trader. Yep, claim. Cheers. No, just tell your friends how good it is so that somebody else buys it, and then we don't have to feel bad. In the top 10,000 of Twitch. Chad, has anybody else here installed that that extension that tells you what number streams you happen to be watching are? Did anybody else install that extension and just look around for a bit? Because it's got more than the top 10,000. It's got everybody. I'm just saying, that's a fun extension. I like that extension. All right. It's not a metric that matters to you. It's just a funny metric to me. Here, I'll drop a link in chat. Unless they deleted it already. Because I had it? And then I uninstalled it the same day because I didn't want to accidentally stream that. Here it is. You got paid by Twitch today? Hell yeah, man. It's time to go buy some, I don't know, video games? All right, there we go. Finish trading. Done. Perfect. Oh, also. I'm going to make a stockpile of just siege ammo and put it right here. And then sell all the ballista arrows. Probably throw it into savings. Oh, okay. I mean, I'd buy a bag of chips in Celebration or some shit. Hell yeah. Count's gone wild. But yeah, to me, those numbers things are just funny. Like, that's honestly all it is those numbers are just funny. Like, it's amusing to me how small of a world Twitch is, which is why I like the earnings chart, because it's like, I'm number 8,000. There's no fucking way with the little amount of money that I make that I should be in the top 8,000. There's no way that just no. I shouldn't be in the top 10,000, let alone top 15,000. It's kind of almost upsetting to me how big the wage gap is on this site, and also how little most of us make. Also makes me feel better about yelling about Patreon. Those two things. Of course. I mean, no, I almost couldn't. Can you even complain about that one? I mean, it's for Twitch, not for multi-Twitch. But speaking of, were you able to fix multi-Twitch? I assume you must have been able to if, holy shit. There's so many of these. I assume you must have been able to if, you're still using it. My king made me make so many fucking ballista arrows. Holy shit. And we're over here just selling his legacy. It's funny because 0.1% of my views a month come from multi-Twitch, and it's literally just hobo. This has nothing to do with multi-Twitch numbers or stats or anything related to Twitch at all. But just watch the earth break in half and hell come out. Because does this or does this not just look like something from, like, Lord of the Rings? I mean, seriously. It's awesome. He would turn in his grave if he knew. Well, he probably is. He's knocking on the door from the inside of the eternal prison that he lives in as we give away his ballista arrows for free. We're not even trading. Nope. We will eventually, and it'll look just like that. Also, chat investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. Hey, audio. What is up? How's the fort? It's fortin'. It's fortin'. We fixed several oopsies today. Most recent one of which I accidentally kind of overflowed a bunch of lava into the forge, but it's fine. It's going away. It'll be gone soon. It was an oopsie. It's an oopsie that it's pretty easy to fix. I also fixed the other lava flooding oopsie. As you do. Yeah, absolutely. Accidentally dumped a bunch of lava where it wasn't supposed to be, so we waited for it to dry up. The other lava that was not where it was supposed to be is now all gone as well. And we have deconstructed the big thingy that it was on. So, you know, we're fixing lots of oopsies today. And making more. It wouldn't be Dwarf Fortress without accidentally dumping lava somewhere it's not supposed to be. I mean, come on. That's like the most Dwarf Fortress-y thing. Quite literally, that is the most Dwarf Fortress-y thing you can do. Is accidentally put lava somewhere it's not supposed to be. But yeah, in a little bit, we're going to be checking out the Rift Breaker. So that's kind of the plan. I think I'm going to do, what time of year is it? Mid-autumn? Finish this trading at the very least and maybe get to winter. And then we're going to go check out the Rift Breaker. Holy shit, Peter, that's a hell of an investment. Round of beers for good luck for Peter. I don't think I've ever even had 20,000 tickets. Big spender here, Ducky. Big spender.
All right, the big moment. That's all I have to say. You're all now? You're probably pretty close to back to where you were, I would think. It only took you what, a year or so? I think that requires a round of applause. I mean, you've been winning a lot recently, Bastet, so you know. Frankly, small losses compared to your recent earnings, I would say. You were a little over 60,000. Were you at 60,000 before? I mean, hell, you're getting back there though. Was that an all-in? So 36,575 is just where you're at now. Well, it was an all-in. Well, I mean, you're halfway there while living on a prayer. It's a response. It's just an impossible to avoid response when I think you're halfway there. You will get back to your former glory. I have faith. Even with the slower earnings of not having a hat, you will get there. I'm selling so much stuff that is kind of worthless to me. But, you know, we're making good progress. So there is that. I wonder if they can transport ammunition with wheelbarrows. To phrase a hook that is inescapable? What, living on a prayer? I think that, you know, if I had to pick, like, greatest earworm of all time, it might actually be Living on a Prayer by Bon Jovi. That might, like, if someone told me to pick the best earworm of all time, it might actually be that. Like, I don't know what else it could be, really. To Ballista Arrows Limited? Maybe the Ballista Arrows Limited is just a company that functions within Longdeath. Store item in stockpile. What are you storing? Google claims queen. We will rock you. Nah. I mean, We Will Rock You's good, but I don't really wander around singing We Will Rock You as much as I randomly walk around singing Well, living on a prayer. But I guess that's just like a matter of opinion at that point. But maybe. My Sharona? Nah. Nah. Sorry. Maybe we all live in a yellow submarine. Or fucking Jingle Bells. But when it comes to like pop songs or like mainstream radio music of the modern era, I guess, if I had to pick, what prayer may we have in this stream? Prayer may we have in this stream? What prayer? I mean, we're living on a prayer. I guess part of the reason why I like that song so much and why it makes a little, and why I think it's such a good earworm is because I love that song, but also I have no idea what it's about. Like, I will sing those lyrics because I have them all memorized. I have no idea what that song is about. I don't know if anybody else is in that situation, but genuinely, I have no clue what that song is about. By looking up lyrics before? Have you ever looked up song lyrics and gone, oh, that's really fucking creepy? Because I've certainly had that happen. Looked up song lyrics and then just an instant regret. It's like, why did I do that? I hate this song now. Also, shoutouts to everybody who sends me basic attention token via Brave web browser because I just got 7 basic attention token sent to me by Brave Limited because I'm a Brave creator, apparently. Well, not apparently, I am. I signed up, so certainly hope I am. Why? Because it's flickering on and off? Not in a very, 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 very long time, Central Casserole. So, Balefire. That notification popped up like 30 seconds in my notifications thingy over here in the activity feed before it popped up in the chat. It kind of threw me off for a second. I was like, is Twitch just like having a time-space continuum problem here? Doesn't know when is what and what is where. Thank you very much for that brand new Prime sub. Enjoy those stupid skulls and the dwarfs and shit and the ad-free viewing for the next 30 days. Thanks. Cheers. Jack, can I get a big round of beers? For that brand new sub. Time travelers? Yeah, something like that. Subbing before it was even time. But seriously, thank you very much for that Prime sub. All these dwarves maybe or maybe not start putting stuff away. A lot of mugs, apparently. This is a constant guessing game of trying to figure out what materials I have way too much of. Oh no. Somebody fell somewhere. From where? All right. That's what I actually want to do, and remove construction. Although I think for me, one of the best recent earworms is probably somebody that I used to know. I will randomly just like get that song stuck into my head, and I haven't listened to that song in like 5 years. I haven't like sat down and listened to that song in a very long time, and that song will randomly just pop into my head. It's a very, very good earworm. Why do I always end up on the chop down trees button? It's like I nervously press T. And there we go. That's that little tower deconstructed. Because you would walk 500 miles and then you'd walk 500 more to be the man that walked 1,000 miles. 10,000 miles? Is that the lyric? Pull the latch on your door. Ya da da. Dum da dum da dum da dum da da. Yeah, that's a good song too. Can confirm. Pretty good song. Pretty good song. That. As the kids say, is a banger. Not a banger, says Cooler. As the kids say, it slaps. I thought the kids say it bops. But that's the real important question that we actually need to answer is, does it slap, bop, or bang? You know, when you say all of those in a row, it sounds even stupider than it does when you say them by themselves. Also, I always thought that songs that slaps were a song with a good bass line. Because you slap the bass, you know? And then a bop would be something with a good... No, that's the adult parody Magna. Come on. Because, like, something that slaps is something with a good bass line. Something that bops is just a good catchy tune. And then a banger is just a good song. That's how I always thought it was. You know about bass slapping? Do you now? Is it something that you do in Warframe? Yeah, the Proclaimers, they're twins, right? They're not very good at math. Bless their souls. Because 500 plus 500 does not equal 10,000 miles. Or 5,000 miles. Is that what he says? I think he says 5,000 miles. So I would walk 500 miles, and then I'd walk 500 more to be to be the man that walks 5,000 miles. Not very good at math. Good song, though. Unless I got the lyrics wrong, which is possible. In which case, then they're fine at math and disregard everything I've just said. He says 1,000. Does he say 1,000? No, I always thought it was 5,000. That's like one of the best, like, pop love songs ever written, though. It's 1,000? Okay, I'll just assume you guys are correct. I haven't listened to that song in a while. It's one of the best, like, pop love songs ever written. It's so nice because it's just like this wholesome song instead of like most love songs these days, which is just some variety of various sexy body part jiggling. Which is like most poppy love songs these days. Some sing with a Scottish accent. How do you feel about idols, Stone? Because I like, part of the reason I like those guys is because it's just, oh, it's nice to hear a British band that doesn't hide their accent. They don't hide the accents at all. To the point where, like, sometimes I'll have to, like, blink and listen to it again and be like, what the fuck did you just say? Okay, I believe you, Mr. Mac. I believe you. That's not uncommon, Bastet. You're not really a music person? Fair enough. I'd just be curious to know what you think of them. Here, I'll post some idols. There's some idols. Yeah, that's the reason I haven't listened to somebody that I used to know in a very long time, which is ironic because it was my ex's favorite song. That's also the reason I absolutely despise Imagine Dragons. It's because my ex loved them. It's nothing against Imagine Dragons. They're fine. Kind of boring, but fine. My ex just loved them. So I can totally relate to that. Just trying to get all this wood out of here. Don't imagine them. Yeah. Also, don't listen to the band that was late for a show while they were on tour once because they were playing League of Legends. Fact. You know they can't be trusted. I'm kind of at a point with like modern music where if my dad says that they're good, I feel fulfilled because my dad is or you at one point in his life was a piano teacher. So my dad is way too educated about music. And by proximity, so am I. So if I find a band that I really like, which isn't very common because a lot of music I find boring, I show it to my dad. And then if he also likes it, then I know it's a really good band. Which is like a dumb justification because I should just listen to music that I like, but Idols is one of those bands where it's like, I really like them and my dad really likes them. Although me and my dad don't agree on all music tastes because I like jazz and my dad doesn't like jazz. My dad thinks jazz is really boring. Maybe it's because I smoke a lot more weed. Or maybe it's because I smoke weed and my dad doesn't. So it's probably got something to do with it. So the nicest city to live in? I mean, I can tell you right now, my suburb of the greater Vancouver area is not super popular to live in. Nope, I hit M instead of just hitting N. And all right, I'm gonna go let you guys follow this dwarf. I'm going to go check my blood sugar, and then eat something. I will be back in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere too fast. And when we get back, we will wind down with dwarfs for the day. We'll finish deconstructing that piece up there, and then when we're done deconstructing that piece, we will look into swapping over to some Riftbreaker and try that game out because I'm curious. Curious, right? Back in a minute. Chat, if you happen to have access to sound commands, now's a good time to use them and entertain the chat. And if I could get a round of beers, that'd be rad. BRB.
Cheese for everyone!
Oh, also, hold on a second. Seriously, this looks like a gate to hell. Look at that shit. Anyway. BRB. I generally don't like ranking aggregates as well because they usually don't provide context that actually make aggregate rankings make a lot of logical sense. So instead of making, it's just like a popularity score. It's the same reason why I don't like Metacritic. It's just an overall popularity score. It's not actually helpful or useful information. In my experience. It's not always the case, it's just often the case when it comes to aggregate rankings. But anyway, winter has come. Also, chat, we need to name a fortress Clout Mountain in the future because people are commenting on the YouTube video about how good of a name Clout Mountain was. And you know what? I agree. Clout Mountain was a really good name. We should have just gone with Clout Mountain, but we didn't go with Clout Mountain, so it is what it is. The Squid 2 seems to be enjoying being a military commander for the hobbyist squad. The sad thing is a lot of people who live there also agree, but the old issue is people not liking their home. It don't change when everyone else's don't like you. I don't know what you mean, necessarily. I mean, I live somewhere that is considered to be not a popular place to live. I don't mind living here because the rent is cheap. The reason I don't like living here is because it's terrible for young people. There is no nightlife. Quite literally, and not just because of the pandemic. There is no nightlife. There's very little for young people to do. It is very hard to make new friends. And if you don't drive, unless you're like within range of the public transit, it's hard to get to places. I'm luckily in walking distance of the good public transit, so I'm good. But if I wasn't in walking distance of the public transit, it would be impossible for me to go anywhere or do anything. You wouldn't know about your nightlife? Fair enough. I mean, but like that's something that I worry about. And it's like when I talk about not being able to afford to live in Vancouver, I'm actually like genuinely just sad because I would love to be able to take part in Vancouver's nightlife. It would be so much easier for me to exist as a young adult if I had access to easier access to downtown Vancouver's nightlife. It's the only reason I'm sometimes kind of sad that I don't live there, is because it would be really nice to be able to, you know, hang out in coffee shops that have people my age in them instead of just 4 old dudes, you know? Or go to a bar with people my age in them instead of, like, 15 old dudes, which is basically what my part of town is. Which is fine. I mean, like, they're entertaining to talk to, but it's not great for a young person like myself. So in general, I actually really like the part of town I'm in, even though it's a not popular part of town to live in. The problem is it's not a popular part of town to live in. So, yeah. In a non-insulting way. I mean, to be fair, I react with surprise when the town that I live in is mentioned in a non-insulting way. Or the part of town that I live in is mentioned in a not insulting way. even though it's gotten a lot better over the past few years. But nobody believes me, no matter how many times I tell them. Wasn't a punchline? Yeah, well. I live in an area that for a while was the bike theft capital of North America. More bikes got stolen in my part of town than anywhere in North America. And then after that, shortly after that, we became the car theft capital. Now I don't think we're either, but it should be the electric scooter theft capital. Because that's like all that there is here now. It's fucking electric scooters everywhere. Or a goddamn epidemic, I'm telling you. Actually, you don't see that many shopping carts around these days. You don't. Not as many as there used to be anyway. Ever since Target closed. Walmart actually does a decent job of like keeping their carts on their property. Target didn't. Target carts were everywhere for a bit there. I wonder what the shopping cart theft capital of the world is. What city in the world has the most shopping cart thefts? It's probably LA. Almost willing to bet $1 that it's LA. Almost. What's wrong? Like no one thought someone is stealing cars? Wait, what do you mean, Commander? Not much, but you can push one. And it can hold all of your stuff. So if you have nowhere to live, a shopping cart is a pretty good thing to steal. Because then you have somewhere to store all of your sleeping supplies, your tent, your sleeping bag, your backpack, your essentials, the food that you have, you know, it's that kind of thing. Your dog's bed, your dog food, or whatever you need for your dog. So people who live outside often steal them. I never had to do that when I was homeless though, because all my stuff fit in a backpack and all my actual stuff was in a storage unit. So I never was in that situation where I had to steal a shopping cart. I was close, but... Fortunately, I never had to do that. Also, hey, Cramp, what's up? Mayor wants 2 large gems. Large iron gem. There's still lava in the thing. Nope. Why don't you just go down here? And make them. 316 years old is the fortress. I've slowed down quite a bit. I haven't been playing as much recently. Kind of taking a light break from it this month. Because sometimes this fort does get a bit monotonous, and I'd be lying if that wasn't the case. Depositing a coin doesn't do all that much, Infinity, but what does really do help, that was a broken sentence, but what does help is making them lock when they leave the parking lot. And that's what Walmart ones do. If you try and push them out of the parking lot, the wheels lock. So you literally have to rip the wheel mech out and put new wheels on them in order for them to work. which most people don't do. So you don't actually see that many shopping carts around over here. I think you see them occasionally, but it's usually old Target ones. But the Canadian Superstore and the other local big stores that still exist do a good job locking them. Adra, what up? It's good to see you. How's things, man? Oh, Adra, I got a link for you. I was when I was out on my long weekend. Thanks to the 46 months. By the way.
Still have 4 days left for the resub, but it'll play the skull alert.
I mean, that's why you just click it when you get it. Well, thank you very much for the resub. Cheers. I acquired this album. Used. On the 10-inch record. It's an EP, it's not an album. But local band that not a lot of people listen to. I think you might like them. Might. I don't know. They might not be heavy enough for you, but pretty great album art, though. I mean, look at this thing. Look at this thing. It's great. I love it. And one of my merchants is throwing a tantrum. And they're committing crimes. They are committing another crime. They're occasionally punching people very ineffectively. Why are you so upset? It's very stoner punk, yeah, but like good stoner punk. I don't know. I really, really like them. I've had that on my record player almost nonstop since I got it. Oh, yeah, they're a local band that I saw before the pandemic, who I'd never heard of, and apparently they've been around for a while. And since then, I've just been since I picked that album up, I've been listening to them nonstop. Silly name though. All right, how many crimes have you committed? A lot, Jesus. You're gonna get a lot of time in prison. Called Beast in Black? I think I've seen Beast in Black. I say that because like that's one of those names where it's like, that sounds very familiar to the point where it's like, I think I've seen them. Like every now and again, like this, like someone will just like mention a band name and I'll just have like this deja vu moment of like, I've been there before. You know what I mean? Where it's just like, oh, I know that. I know that thing. I've had that happen with a few bands over the years. Where I'll just where someone will mention a band and I'll be like, I know that. I've listened to that. And then I look it up and I go, I've seen that. And Axe on the Third has gone into a Fey mood. Now here, let me tell you if I've actually seen them. Yes, I have. They were an opener for another band that I was seeing. They were opening up for another Finnish band, which makes sense. Yeah, it was Beast in Black, Battle Beast, and I can't pronounce that. Calcifer. Something or another. But yeah, no, I saw them. I've seen them. Show was sold out too, if I remember correctly. I think I may even have photos of it. Let me look. Although this is the best photo I've ever taken at a concert. Hands down. That is the best photo I've ever taken at a concert, period. That was a good show. But let's see if I can find this photo. That's Havoc is the band in that photo, if anybody's wondering. Yeah, that was taken at a very small venue. A very small venue. We were practically on top of the band. There was like maybe 50 of us in there. Oh, this is actually a pretty good photo. I actually don't even know who this is. That's a pretty good photo. I'm in the middle of 2016 photos right now. I just still have this folder up from earlier, and there's a lot of concert photos in here, so. Oh, hey, photos of a band that no longer exists. Band called Wild Throne. Yeah, I don't think I have any photos of them on this computer. I don't. Not from that show. Probably have them in the cloud somewhere. In one of the various clouds somewhere. Why am I keeping all the wood up here still? Should really move that underground. But yeah, I've been to a lot of concerts over the years. A whole lot. But, you know, part of the fun of going to concerts is getting to look back through all of your old photos and just being like, man, I went to some weird-ass show. Which is honestly how I feel about a lot of them. It's a lot of, like... I saw who? And I've actually had that happen a couple of times now where like someone will mention a band and I'll be like, that seems familiar. And then I'll go search through like my email, which is where I get most of the tickets sent that I get. And then I'll be like, oh, huh, I have seen them. Not only have I seen them, I've seen them twice. I had that happen recently with somebody I was talking with mentioned the band Archspire. I was like, that sounds familiar. And I went and searched my email. I've seen them twice. Now I'm just like looking at concert photos. This is a problem. Oh, hey. Dope. No one cares about those guys. Oh, here's a band name I can't pronounce. I think they're Finnish. Shoutouts if you can figure out what band that is. From half of a logo with a singer in the middle of the shot. Oh, here's another shot. This might have actually been that tour where I saw Beast in Black. This might actually have been that show. Did you ever see Prong? Teleport? I don't think that's it. But you might not be too far off. I think it starts with a K, but... Trying to see if I have any, like, famous bands with good photos. I think the answer to that is probably not. Oh, this guy's in prison. Because that's a local... Tater Tots nailed it. Because that's a local band whose vocalist thought it would be a really good idea to try and sneak some heroin into Japan. It's a real good way to get life in prison. I think he's got 20 years. They were a Iron Maiden cover band called Power Clown. Yeah, right, bruh. It made the local news. Like, a friend of mine sent me a Vancouver is awesome link, which is a, like, Vancouver news blog about it. Caper tarts? Caper tarts sound like a savory thing that you'd put salmon on. It's a tart with capers. But I don't know. Anyway, it is midwinter of the year 321. That's almost a year and a half, a little over that. Time's moving slowly these days because the frame rate's gone down a wee bit as of late, which is a little bit unfortunate. But we did a bunch of deconstructions. We fixed some oopsies. We caused an oopsie, and then we fixed that oopsie. So it's been a day full of oopsies and successes. And I think that we've done very well. I think that I need more metalsmiths because I've lost some metalsmiths, which is unfortunate. Or at least metal crafters. So, got to work on that. But, you know, it's been pretty good. Had 2 babies. Named some dwarves. Got a new dwarf tantruming who's going nuts now in prison. So pretty normal dwarfy things. Next thing we need to do is finish deconstructing this walkway here. And then start working on some of the other walkways and redirecting them. I'm thinking about redirecting the trading walkway around this side and getting rid of this big central walkway. As well as getting rid of this temple to give us more sunlight down into the fort itself. So that's what we're working on, and that's what we're going to keep working on, is redesigning the top of the fort to make cave adaptation less of an issue. But yeah, that's Longdeath for the day. I think we're going to go figure out some Rift Breaker, if that works for all of you guys. Hello, Ponce. How was you? But yeah, that's the plan for rest of stream. As I'm gonna wait for this to save, and then we're gonna go figure out Rift Breaker. All's as well as it can be. Investments are open, chat. But we're all for some reason, like, my dashboard is halfway broken today, and I can't see Twitch chat leaderboards anywhere on Twitch, and I don't know why. But outside of that, like, things seem to be fine. Things seem to be fine. I hope you haven't had to play too much League of Legends recently. All right. Boom. Let me just make sure we're in the right directory. And then we'll get the game started. Yep, looks like it.